Karam, the question, do you have a right to migrate, whether illegally or legally? And my response to you is also a question. The question is, what role with immigration, what role, as we try to migrate to, especially to the Middle East, to big Adamas, and also to Europe, and risk our lives, as individuals, we make that decision. And I'm relating it to modern day slavery. What role as Africans do we play individually, because we make the decisions to the countries? What role do we play in modern slavery in regards to immigration, and how, and because what literature teaches us is that our ancestors and the slave masters played a big role in both the transatlantic slavery and then Arab slavery. And so, but then we see ourselves as individuals inflicting ourselves to this modern, these are decisions we make as individuals, and we continue with that trend, we get involved in that trend, and at the end of the day we end up blaming our governments because they haven't established, just as it mentions, they haven't established these opportunities on the continent. But again, I don't know if I'm making myself clear, but again, is it wrong for, or is it okay for us to say, to also take part of this blame in the role we play as Africans for the misfortunates that happen to us? And is it really a valid question when we say, when people say, or is it a valid statement when people say that actually when it comes to modern slavery, we play a bigger role as individuals than the government that we end up blaming because they're not doing enough?
Answer that. Right? You specifically put a finger on government, their leadership role, what they are supposed to do to, create that environment for people to stay at home and take care of the development of their countries. I think that's your own aspect. So, much as I agree with that statement, I'm also saying that, as she is now asking, we have a role to play, because like you are talking about leadership, who is government, or what is government, or what do we describe as leadership? How does development, what is the development process like? Is it that the people at the top there have to be there, take decisions all on their own? Everything about development is people oriented. Yes, we have to consider that it's people we have to provide for, agreed, but people are also the catalyst of development. You can't talk about development in an open vacuum without involving the citizenry. We have to have a vibrant, young, and group of people who have the interest of their country at heart, much as the leaders up there are the decision makers. They take the decisions. Sometimes they take the decisions, sometimes they don't. But right there at the cream, as we will say, of society, it's the active energy, the youths, that play a key role in what we would want to see as change, as revolution, as development, positive development towards your country. Is it that if governments don't work, that means the youths too will not do anything to enhance their livelihood? There are people who, through education and through other processes, they work hard to enhance their living. Like now, I'll tell you, I'll give you a scenario in my own place. You find that the farming communities are all old people now. All the youths have left. So when you leave your country, you go away, is that going to solve the problem? What you are leaving behind, you don't seem to consider that. you don't seem to consider that. Yes. So that's a question, a key question they ask themselves. Yes, you wake up in the morning, you are not sure, but you can struggle. You have the energy, you have the strength, you have Africa, we have the space. People are farming here. I had the chance to see the kind of job Ugandans are doing here. They are farming, they are feeding, they grow what they eat what they grow. That is the key. If you are able to survive, by at least being able to feed yourself, and you are giving education, and I can see education all over Uganda. Once people are enlightened, their mindset will go positive. It will not be easy for politicians to just use them to get to the seat, and when they get there, end of story. Yes. And the second part of the doctor, I think I must have answered part of I must have answered your questions. The lady there, her first question was about the right to migrate. Under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the UN General Assembly, in as far back as 1948, due to the experience of the Second World War, they came out with a document declaring the rights of every human being to migrate. Everybody has the right to migrate. You can migrate to anywhere. You can move from your country. You can become a national of another place. But the question is, legally or illegally? She raised that. So what are we saying? Should we just bump into people's country like that, even where your human right is being trampled upon, and you still move in? I'll go in by all means, and when I get there, whatever happens, that's not good enough. I mean, that is not to say they too have a right to, give people that feeling of nothingness. You come here, we will treat you otherwise, and nothing will come out of it. As we speak, a place like the United Kingdom, they've tightened their migration policy such that if you get into their country without the requisite papers, you are treated as like a criminal. You can be jailed, or if you are lucky, you can be deported. Do we have to go all through all that sort of humiliation just because we want to, as you would say, yes, you want to gaba, you want to go for better greener pastures? Are we saying there are no greener pastures here? Is that what we are saying? And also, she asked our role in all of this slavery, modern day slavery. The traffickers, where are they? We hear of people drowning in the Mediterranean day in, day out. How often do we hear of traffickers being tried? You hardly hear. Who are the traffickers, the human traffickers? People don't seem to pay attention to them. I don't know who the traffickers are because I've never set my eyes on one. We simply talk of the problem. Who are the people who are the source of the problem? The traffickers. They use these people when they get there, get them into all sorts of, businesses, illegal, and nothing comes out of it. Maybe the media will just make a little bit of noise about it, and it ends there. And the problem continues. So let's try and look for a balanced solution to this crisis. It's now a crisis, I must tell you. I don't know what is happening at this end. That's why, as I said, when I saw it as part of the issues that Dr. Gurna is handling, I was like, is it that this issue of migration crisis has reached the East? Because he was complaining more about how Africans are treated when they get out there, And now that, places like Germany, who used to take in some of our people, it's like they have cut down on that. And Europe, in Europe, in the UK is worse now. So what do? let's reach a consensus as Africans and say why migration in Africa, why has it become such an issue? You know, and we sit down in conferences like this and come up with maybe declarations that will serve for countries that are hell bent on continuing this type of risky journeys abroad. Thank you.
Thank you so much, presenter. Let me just take this time to welcome the presenters online. Dr. Agwang, do you hear me? Dr. Agwang? Professor Mlanga?
Good morning.
Hello?
Yeah, good morning.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning from Nigeria.
Are you online?
Yes,
You're
sir.
welcome.
I am.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, it's simple to welcome. You just wait a bit while we are going on with this discussion. We come to you over again next time. Wait
What
a
is the
bit.
problem?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, dear.
Okay, members of the audience, a mic, please, should it be rotating?
Yes.
Okay.
I wanted to make a comment regarding migration patterns, and it's a very complex issue, as it has been raised by the presenter, and the question whether we are contributing to the modern day slavery. And I feel that sometimes it sounds ironical. I'm in a Telegram group whereby young teachers are in Kenya. They are mad about looking for opportunities in the US to go and teach in the US. And when you follow the conversation, you understand it sounds almost like begging for these opportunities. And we hear with always complaining about the colonization, the way we're colonized and all that. And yet we still keep begging for those positions. Looking for opportunities is not bad. But then I feel there are so many opportunities here in Africa that we have not really exhausted. And I want to use two examples of people I admire so much. One, we have Wodemaya. I think we are aware of him. Wodemaya, a YouTuber from Ghana. I don't know how many know of Wodemaya. You should. Thank you. We have Wodemaya, and then we have in Kenya, we have a guy called Abel Mutua. He calls himself Mkurugenzi. If you go to YouTube, you'll find these two people. Now, Wodemaya goes around Africa. He goes and, tries to raise the beautiful cultures and tells people there are so many opportunities in Africa. Africa is beautiful, like we should embrace it. And it is a challenge to we, the young people. I think our generation is a little bit aggressive, both aggressive and impatient. We don't trust the process. We don't really trust the process. I want to come here and write like Professor Abduraza Gurna or Professor Gara Kabaji or Professor Bitek. We don't trust the process. We don't know what these people have gone through until they have reached there. So we, the youth, have the challenge, and we need to take up this role. We need to really create these opportunities and exploit them. We have youth who are into farming, into all those things, and they are really doing great. Now that technology is here with us, Abel Mutua, the Kenyan guy I'm talking about, during the COVID-19 lockdown, he went down. He is one of those famous people. He has been on TV shows and all that. But COVID came and he went down. And as he was telling stories to his family one day, the wife recorded him and said, "Now these stories that you normally give, can I record them? You see if we can go online." Right now, Abel Mutua, through his storytelling techniques, is one of the most, those guys who are earning the most. So we, the youth, have the challenge, and we should take it up. We have so many opportunities here in Africa. And I think much as we are blaming the government, we should also blame ourselves. Let us also take up this challenge and identify the opportunities. Thank you.
It's just a request to presenters, make it short. Sorry, to those are asking questions, make your questions short and precisely come to the point. Okay, at this moment, please, let's go and pick our tea, then come back. For the interest of time and for the interest of everybody, please. Okay, so you pick your tea and you come back.
Tea is at the back of the room, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just going to go up, pick your tea, and come back to your seat. We are not going to go outside. It's going to be a working tea. I'm now putting on the hat of the MC again.
Thing that I want to say, thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord, for all you've given to me, for all the blessings. That I cannot see. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. With a grateful heart, with a song of praise, with an outstretched arm, I will bless your name. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. I just want to thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. For all you've done in my life, my darkness and gave me your light. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. You took my sin and my shame. You took my sickness and healed all my pain. Lift your voice. Thank you, Lord, for all you've done in our lives. We want to say thank you, Lord. Oh, thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Yes, we do. Oh, we want to say thank you, Lord. Yes, thank you, Lord.
Hi everybody, I'm Kyambogo. I hope you have a wonderful conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mats Malm. I'm the permanent secretary of the Swedish Academy. I'm very happy to be able to introduce to you the Nobel Prize in Literature lecture of the laureate of 2021, Abdulrazak Gurna. He was awarded the Nobel Prize for his uncompromising and compassionate penetration of the effects of colonialism and the fate of the refugee in the gulf between cultures and continents.
I did not realize this fully until I went to live in England. It was there, in my homesickness and amidst the anguish of a stranger's life, that I began to reflect on so much that I had not considered before. It was out of that period, that prolonged period of poverty and alienation, that I began to do a different kind of writing. It became clearer to me that there was something I needed to say, that there was a task to be done, regrets and grievances to be drawn out and considered. In the first instance, I reflected on what I had left behind in the reckless flight from my home.
I hope you have a wonderful conference.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing, and then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which...
Hello, presenters online. Professor Mlanga, you hear me? Prof? Please unmute the professor. Professor Mlanga? Hello?
when they write language are not very familiar with. Not saying that Africans are not able to write and let their genius come out when they write in English or in French. They are there. The prize that we are celebrating today is obviously one of them. So you got the rest. But I also argue English is good. French is good, but you added those particular languages. I added German, and I love those languages. They're beautiful languages. I love their literature. But when you've done other people's literature and you are an African, you realize it's also very important to do your own literature in your mother tongue. And that's now my argument. We need to have our mother tongues also written in. If we neglect them and say we're going to write only in English, I think we are just killing our culture, we are killing our language ourselves, with our eyes wide open. And I think it's intellectually dishonorable. That's my opinion. And so I suggest that we should learn how to write in our mother tongues. It's true, we did not learn how to write in our mother tongues in school. In school, we were writing compositions in English with who come from the English-speaking African countries. And so we haven't had any training in writing in our mother tongues. That's a great pity. But I think it's high time we just tried our hand at it, and I believe we can achieve something. And also we should actually help our children learn how to write in their mother tongues. So that's what we are doing at university. In the department, we have managed to spread this gospel across the schools, and I will speak now many schools within the Nyachitara speaking area, but thankfully also the Nyachitara speaking area, many schools are teaching mother tongue. And I think Uganda has a unique place in this. But we are not terribly comfortable with Swahili. I want us to be more comfortable with Swahili. But at the same time, we shouldn't be comfortable with Swahili and comfortable with English at the expense of our mother tongues in Uganda and in the rest of Africa. And that's my argument. I think it's important for an African to be in the mother tongue and really promote the mother tongue, books in the mother tongue, like even diaries in the mother tongue, write letters in the mother tongue. And no matter how many people speak that mother tongue, it really doesn't matter. Let us think what matters. Let's write in them. Let the genius of the tongues come out. Let our genius come out, expressing itself the mother tongue. If you think in front of me, I have the Bible in Nyankore Chiga. If you knew Nyankore, I would read to you some very beautiful, very good. I was reading the folk tongue by a man called Festo Karemera, folk tale. There's a collection called Shtamuk Chechere in Ruchiga of the Ruhoro type. But there are other dialects of that. For example, that one I speak, that's what Karemera speaks. But fortunately and thankfully, these dialects and sub-dialects are highly mutually intelligible and highly mutually legible. And that's what I suggest we must do in Africa if we are to really maintain our cultures, keep our languages alive, in our schools. Then there's something else we need to do. We need to think of doing. Say a beautiful novel. This translators, very good translators, from Ruchiga into languages that cannot really, who cannot read Ruchiga. Okay, so let their translators translate from Ruchiga into English or in Swahili, or for that matter, maybe into Luganda or into Kinyarwanda, because those languages, Luganda and Kinyarwanda, are not very highly mutually intelligible.
Professor,
the languages in a class.
May you summarize your presentation?
Yes, hello.
Yes, you have only 1 minute left.
Summarize.
Yes, please.
All right. My message has come out though. I would like us to do this because in Europe, a literal language like Icelandic, which is spoken only by 300,000 people, is a well-established language. They do physics in Icelandic, they do astronomy. In fact, a Nobel Prize, way back 1955, Harold Laxness, won the Nobel Prize for literature that year, and he was writing and he wrote all his novels in Icelandic, but he got some people to translate them. But his genius came out in Icelandic, and some other people's geniuses came out translating those Icelandic novels. So I'm saying, in brief, let's pay attention to our mother tongues. Let's write in them. Let there be translators out of them into more widely spoken languages, and let there be translators of great books from more widely spoken languages into our mother tongues. That way, my dear friends, we can maintain our languages and also our cultures. Thank you very much, and God bless you for listening.
Thank you so much. Now, members of the audience, let us ask him 3 questions. And please, you come straight to the question. No comments allowed for the interest of time. It is you now. It's up to you now. Members? Make it so short.
Thank you very much, Professor, for that wonderful paper. I just want to ask you to kindly pass my greetings to my brothers and sisters in Kabale University. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next.
Thank you for the presentation. I am really, really sorry about the question I'm asking. Really sorry. There's what we call natural attrition. And some species will go extinct naturally. So the minor languages, they will die anyway. Why don't we just let them die? I'm sorry about this, very, very sorry about this. The reason being that when there's such a small population of a certain tribe, they intermarry and they get less and less as the time goes by. And whether you like it or not, the people that they intermarry, they will be dominated by the already bigger languages. So naturally, they will go that direction and they'll die. So why don't we just let them die? I'm really sorry about this question.
Yeah, the last one, please. That should be the last.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think exactly that trend is what makes us concerned, because if we do nothing, then the European languages are going to become to flood Africa. Not because the African languages are spoken by fewer people, but because the European people govern the media and colonized us, and there was this education, and our education is in English. Right here we are being forced to speak English, and various other people are speaking European languages. I think letting things die, it won't even be a natural death. It will be a kind of dictatorial death because of the colonialism that happened before. But when that happens, then we are stuck with being governed by the owners of that language. The previous speakers were saying that we are lazy at reading. I don't think we are lazy at reading. There's barriers. Reading something in English that's already a barrier. You're overcoming you have to translate somewhere in your mind as you're reading. Even as we are talking, many of us are going, we're looking for the word, because we know it in Luganda. I'm Muganda. I would note a word in Luganda and I'm trying to make a sentence and somehow I'm stuck because I'm looking for it in English. So there's all these things that are stopping us from getting our narratives out there, and they're being created by the language in which we are being forced to communicate. So I also think this issue of migration, if I can link that too, is those languages govern narratives. And when we are stuck in a language that has its own narrative, then we are being forced to be in that narrative, which most of the time makes our languages look less. And when you make my language look less, you're making me look less than the so-called more dominant language, in which case I'm going to migrate to the home of the dominant language.
I'm sorry, Professor, can you make a summary of the comments? 2 minutes. Hello? Professor? Prof, unmute. Okay, you summarize the comments which have been made by the audience in 2 minutes. Yes.
Okay. Now, who said that's just opinion. I don't care that. Norwegian and Finnish had their languages. I think and it is to us Africans to realize that our languages are beautiful and important. We can pass them on. That's number one. That kind of spirit is I think it's wrong. I don't agree with her. I should now say let's read the language. I'm not saying English or we use Swahili. I'm saying that we can be trilingual. In Africa,
thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much.
We are being trilingual and comfortably trilingual, but mother tongue must be number one.
Thank you, Professor. Time is out.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Let us clap for him.
All right.
We have the next presenter online, Dr. Agu. Do you hear me? Dr. Agu?
Yes, good morning, sir.
Yes, good morning to you. You have 7 minutes.
Oh, reduced to 7 minutes while others enjoy 10.
I'm sorry, I have to be that kind because we're running short of time. Please to understand. Yes.
No problem, sir. Good morning, Kyambogo. And good morning, Uganda. Can I share my screen? Well, is it possible to allow me to share my screen? Hello?
Yes.
Okay. A minute. Is my screen visible now? Is my screen visible now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So, my title is Migration and Return Tensions, Prodigality in Selected Poems of Tanuro Jaide and Akachi Admora Ezebo. This work is postulating that migration, as we've been concerned with, is a site of struggle, and that the migrant is a split personality. And this raises a concern, because whether somebody migrates intentionally or unintentionally, the person is actually looking for a healing from his indigenous homeland, which he or she configures as lacking humanity or the ingredients of home. This configuration is that binary opposites, configuring the diaspora to be prominent in abundance and the home to be prominently deficient. The home to be inhuman, the diaspora human. The home to be inferior and the diaspora superior. This, however, brings another dimension. Despite the fact that the migrant has configured the homeland and the diaspora in these binary opposites of superiority and inferiority, while he or she moves and settles in the new environment, over a time he begins to long for home. The home the person has abandoned in a prodigal fashion. And I maintain in this paper that this situation accords this migrant with a discordant or split personality, because he struggles to form a new personality or identity, which new personality is always in constant struggle with his original personality which he bears from the homeland. And prodigality, therefore, in this paper becomes a critical idiom for me, for it helps me to account for this dissatisfaction which comes from the migrant being overly familiar with his environment and beginning to find out the inhuman possibilities in the environment and beginning to imagine new visitors, possibilities in the diaspora. But at the same time, as he moves into the diaspora, his consciousness grows and he begins to look back again in the manner of the prodigal, to begin to weigh in the balance again and deconstruct his earlier configurations of both the homeland and the diaspora. This prodigality as a thematic and stylistic orientation finds expression fully in the poems of Tanuro Jaide and Akachi Admora Ezigbo. They utilize this sense of
2 minutes, Doctor.
The
you remain with
ignorant troubles.
I'm sorry too.
No problem. So let's take, for instance, in Ezigbo's poem. Look at this poem where Ezigbo says it is titled "Lost in Limbo." The personal says, "When shall I see you again? To walk the pathways of my motherland." Here, the immigrant who has come to grow in consciousness is beginning to have a positive reconfiguration of the homeland. In this way, Ezigbo states that prodigality helps Africans looking for greener pastures to find out that greener pastures imagined in the diaspora has a slender body that dies so soon. For the home of greener pastures is nowhere but his homeland. And in conclusion, the sense of this prodigality makes the immigrants restless, both in the diaspora, even at home. Because he's been exposed to creating new personality that conflicts with his original personality, he comes back home and
thank you so much.
To the diaspora. His troubles, his travels, his journey becomes a continuum. So he wears a restless personality to his newly created personality and the old personality. Therefore, because he just has some inalienable ties with his homeland, well, he manages to privilege it over the diaspora. So this work, migration and return tensions, prodigality in selected poems of Tanuro Jaide, is their way of stating the fact that the people who wish to find home, greener pastures in the diaspora, are simply disappointed. And when they come back home, indeed, where they have connection, there's a sense of belonging. In this way, they are encouraging Africans not to be hasty with migrations, because it is the more you look, the less you see. Thank you very much for my time. The paper is fully developed.
Thank you so
much.
Thank
you, sir.
Thank you so much. Members, one question to Dr. Agu. Only one question, a brief one. We are running short of time. Please. A very, very short question in the sense of shortness. It seems no questions and no questions.
Maybe because of the brevity of the presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Agu. Let us clap for him. Who's coming next? Okay. Dr. Oyewol, please come on the stage now. You have been this patient, something like 80 minutes.
Thank you, Prof. I will actually ask for additional 5 minutes to make it 15. The chairman and the distinguished scholars, my name is Dr. Nurin Oyewole Fadari. I teach aspect of Nigerian literature and African literature at Sokoto State University, Sokoto, Nigeria. I have not come here today to present a paper per se. Rather, I have come here today to celebrate the life of Emeritus Professor Abrazak Gruna, the winner of a Nobel Laureate for Literature 2021. And my celebration will not be complete unless I share my story for a larger part of my presentation. I've already told you I've not come to present a paper. In 2014, when I started my PhD program, earlier on, I work on a gender discourse for a master's program. I look at representation of women in some female African writers, including Dori Bangana, the tropical fish, among Lola Soneyin, The Secret Life of Baba Segi's Wife, and others. So when I was to continue my PhD program, I went to my lecturer. He said, Nuren, what do you want to do? I said, I want to continue my work on gender. He said, do you have any new ground to break there? Why can't you just work on an African writer, probably from East Africa? Then he said, he praised a pastor. He said, I want to work on Tanzanian literature. And that is where the work started. So I have to go on Google, Tanzania writers, and I have about 25 names. At the end of the day, Abrazak Gruna stood out conspicuously among all of them as a writer at that time who has written 8 full-length books. So I went to him, I said, I found an author. And the author is no other person than Abrazak Gruna. And he now asked me, and I asked him, sir, how will I get his books? He said, no, you go and look for the books. And as I searching until I get Glendora in Lagos, who helped me got the 8 books. 2 of them are here. Who helped me to get the 8 books. And I took it to my lecturer, Professor Mobo Ali. What's the next line of action? He said he wants to know what are inside those books. And I went back 3 months after. I came with about 130 pages summary of the 8th book of Abrazak Gruna. Today, the rest is history. I wrote my PhD thesis on migration and politics of race in Abrazak Gruna Zanzibarian literature. As said earlier on, I've not come here to present a paper. I've come to celebrate Abrazak Gruna, my author. I've come to celebrate other people that have worked on him before he came to prominence. And one of them is here today, distinguished Professor Tina Steiner. When I was pleased, you can give him a round of applause. When I was searching for people that have worked on Abrazak Gruna, because at the University of Ibadan, the premier university in Nigeria, virtually all my lecturers, they didn't know anything about Abrazak Gruna. So I was forced to go on net and look for those people who have worked on him. And I came with the work of Tina. I came across the work of Kaiga, who really helped me a lot. So back to the presentation. Abrazak Gruna has written virtually on everything about Africa. He talked about Uganda, how Idi Amin pursued the Indians. I got to know that in one of his books. He talked about the Tempe airport there. So immediately I got there, I was looking for all those features that he mentioned in his book. So he has talked about Nigeria, talked about South Africa, talked about everything that has to do with us. In fact, he has documented both his personal and collective consciousness of each and every one of us. Now, because this conference was organized by FemRight, which I believe is a female writer association in Uganda, I choose my topic to be post-colonial female characters in Abu Razak Guna's selected fiction. So, Zanzibar is a country, is a cosmopolitan country that has different categories of people. We have the Swahili-speaking, the Bantu people, the Swahili-speaking Bantu people. We have the Omani Arab. We have the British. We have the Indians, and so on and so forth. But in that, the dominant culture in Zanzibar is the Omani Arabic culture, and it is a culture that does not give a voice to women. So if you look at some of the writers that we have in Zanzibar, you will discover that hardly will you find a single woman among them, and this is a vacuum that Abu Razak Guna has come to fill in his work. So Abu Razak Guna talk about different aspects of life of Zanzibari people. He talk about the pre-colonial era, the colonial intervention, the period of independence, the post-revolution of 1964, then migration, displacement, and what have you. And I say, amidst these historical exigencies, Guna still put his best to be considered to depicting the Zanzibari women across all the phases of the development. The phase of development I'm talking about here is the pre-colonial Zanzibar, the colonial Zanzibar, the post-revolution era, the migration, and what have you. So in my paper, I look at how the structure of the Zanzibar society is. I look at women and Zanzibari post-colony. I won't have time to talk much about that. But in Zanzibar, I told you what they practice there is kind of Arabic, Omani-dominated culture that does not, that expect women to be inside the house. Their voice is just, is not always being heard. And what Guna just tried to do here is just to give them a space. So, 3 minutes, okay. I will try to do justice to that. I used 2 books of Abu Razak Guna, and these are, I use Paradise, which one of the famous novel of Abu Razak Guna, and Doti. In Paradise, we have 3 important female characters there. We have Suleha, we have Amina, we have Ma'ajusa. Suleha is a character being presented there having a kind of psychological trauma. At a literal level, we can say that Buana Aziz, who is the protagonist of the novel, is the one that has inflicted the trauma on her. But at a deeper connotative level, we can see that Zuleha is a product of all the events of colonialism. You know, in Africa, if you talk about marginalization or otherness, women suffer more than men. In the first instance, they are women, they are black, they suffer in that aspect. Number 2, they also suffer in the hand of men, if you look at it from the perspective of patriarchal dominance. So this woman, Suleha, is described by Khalil, another character. The mistress is crazy. When the Sayyid married her many years ago, he became suddenly a rich man, but she's very ugly. She has a sickness for many years. Doctor have come, learned Akim with long grey beards, has read prayer for her, and in Ganga from over the hills have brought medicine, but it is no good. So this suffering of Suleha is a combination, is a total, is as a result of all the psychological trauma he has suffered as a result of colonialism and patriarchal dominance. Then again, there is a practice in Zanzibar they call rihani. That rihani is a kind of a slave system whereby if somebody hold another person money, a member of that family has to be taken to the creditor who will serve in the house of the creditor as a kind of a slave. And that is the kind of character that we have in Amina. So in that book, therefore, yes, we discovered that the two characters I've mentioned here, Suleha and Amina, they suffer a kind of marginalization in the hand of the patriarchal figure in the text, Bwana Assis. Then that is for the pre-colonial and colonial era. For the post-colonial migrant female character, Abraza Gruna talk use a whole book, Dirty is here, as a representation, as a summary of the suffering that African women confront, especially when they migrate from Africa, from Zanzibar in particular, to United Kingdom. And the summary of it is that in the United Kingdom, the females, the African female there, the African female that migrate there, are not given audience. They are not welcome. They are not recognized, and they are only used as an object of exploitation. We have Bilikisu, we have Doti, we have Sovi. At different stages of the life of this character I've mentioned, they suffer inhumanity, they are sexually harassed,
20
exploited
seconds.
In the text. And because the time is not our friend, I will just summarize my presentation. Thus, that from the foregoing, this paper examines the representation of post-colonial women in the works of Abraza Gruna. From the analysis, it could be deduced that Abraza Gruna creates spaces for women in his work, from Memory of Departure to Afterlife. He has published 10 novels. Gruna parade post-colonial Zanzibarian women as part of the colonized orders, whereas as migrant characters in the United Kingdom, the female characters are subjected to exploitation and racial discrimination, as can be found in Dirty. The position of this paper is that women suffer injustice in the hands of men in this colonial Zanzibar, as it is exemplified in the character development of Suleha, Amina, and Mahajuza in Paradise. Again, those that escape from Zanzibar in United Kingdom were not given a space, as they are always used as object of sex. This is the fate of Bilikisu, Doti, and Sovi in Doti, eponymous novel Doti. It is also the fate of Miriam and Anna in The Last Gift. In summary, Guna's work gives us a clue to the life of post-colonial Zanzibarian women, both in Zanzibar and United Kingdom. As you can see, I've not come to present a paper. I've come to celebrate Abraza Gruna. I've come to celebrate Tina Sena. I've come to celebrate Kaiga. I've come to celebrate myself, my ex-professor, Professor Mobuwale, and I've come to celebrate all of you. Thank you so much.
Just remain where you are. Just remain. Okay, thank you so much. Let us ask you, Daktari, a very shortest question, but yet a very most serious question. Only one. Shortest, yet most serious question. Now, to you members of the audience. Shortest, yet most serious question.
Thank you so much for this presentation, insightful, thank you. I wanted to ask about female agency. So within the broader sketch that you have drawn, you know, women seem to be pretty much hemmed in by the societies, the patriarchal expectations, the possibilities, or rather the lack of possibilities of choice. But what do you say about their agency? How is that portrayed? Do they have any? Okay, so it's when you presented, what I heard you saying is that the women in Guna's texts, they are hemmed in by societal expectations. They are determined in many ways, their actions are determined in many ways by the men around them. So I wanted you to say a little bit more about the agency they have, their own agency.
Yeah, I don't understand. Oh, thank you. I get the question now. I get the question clearly now. You know, when you listen to professors' questions, you have to be very careful to get it right, so that you don't beat about the bush. I think what I was trying to say is that what Abrasa Guna tries to do in his work, I try to represent women across all stages of Zanzibar society. And I've listed about 3 stages: the pre-colonial, the colonial, and the post-colonial. And what Abrasa Guna is talking about women in the pre-colonial and colonial era, in Zanzibar in particular, is that they are not being given a voice. They are being in political sphere. They don't have a voice. In public, they are not recognized, and that has gone ahead again to affect their education. And that might be a reason, I think, why we don't have so much female writers as we have as men in Zanzibar. So the way Abrasa Guna described them is that women in the pre-colonial and colonial era they are docile, not intentionally docile,
5 seconds.
but
5
the male
seconds.
society make them to be. Then in the post-colonial era, in the post-colonial era, when they migrate to United Kingdom, they are only be treated more as an agent of sex, not by their own choice, but by the way the society see and treat them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Enough. Time is out. Thank you so much.
We are winding up this session. Let's give a clap to the panel. I mean to the presenters. Yes. Let's give a clap for the chair. Oh, he has taken off very fast. And the presenters today. I think we've had and learnt a lot, especially the oral literature and then migration. And once again, we celebrated Abdurazak Guna, who this conference is all about. So next, we are going to have a panel on climate justice. Wow. Yeah. Just a moment. We are having a panel on climate justice. Climate justice and conflict, as well as peace building. And it's going to be chaired by, I want the presenter, the panelists to start getting ready. It's going to be chaired by, the moderator is Samuel Iga Zinunula. Yes, please come forward and convene your panel. It's on climate justice, peace building, and conflict resolution. I think, yeah. So, Samuel, please convene your panel.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. Please turn to your neighbor and say hello. How was the tea? I would like to ask the panel to please come up. First, I would like to know if the representative from Aga Khan is here. May we see the representative from Aga Khan? Are you here? Oh, I'm sorry that he's not here because a while ago it was confirmed. He said, I'm on my way. We hope he gets here just before we start. And then going up, we have Dr. Namirembe. Thank you, Dr. Sarah. Dr. Soho Ibrahim from Nigeria, please come up. And the representative from Aga Khan Foundation is supposed to be Mr. Sekade Willington. It looks like Mr. Sekade Willington is not here, and so I'll be that kind. I'll give more time to each of my panelists now that they're a bit fewer. Thank you very much. Yes, Dr. Soho, please come up. Okay. Mr. Sekade is not yet here. I think I would like to request, where is the person that handed me the mic? I don't mean Dr. Lillian Linda. There is a, yes, Jacob, you're right there. I would like to have a word with you, please. Dr. Sarah, please feel comfortable. Arrange your I'll take your indulgence to sit down now next to Dr. Sarah Namirembe as I wait for the next panelist. Having only two, I think I can manage to be in the middle. Dr. Sarah Namirembe, thank you very much for gracing this panel, this session. I would like to give you 3 minutes to please tell us a little bit about yourself, and then let's talk about the topic. We are talking about climate justice. We are talking about peace building, conflict resolution. Please take 3 minutes. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your take on the subject.
Good morning. I'm very privileged to be the only one up here now. My name is Sarah Namirembe. I am the leader of an organization called Step Up Standard Limited. And this organization works with young people, mainly looking at getting them to participate and contribute to sustainable development aspects, especially related to the environment. My degree is in agroforestry, and I've been working in agroecology. That's what I'm intensively involved in now. But I'm also involved in getting young people, especially people who've graduated from university, people who've finished secondary school, who are experiencing that gap between employment, you know, between education and becoming employed. And we have a big gap in the way our curricula are designed, in the sense that very intelligent, nice, honest young people who have been greatly invested in by their parents fail to get the positionings that they deserve and need because they don't know how to market themselves. There's just so much of a gap in the skills in conducting research, in just letting building the trust of a potential employer that you're the right person. People cannot even write their own CVs or stand in front of an interview panel and convince somebody that they are good, even if they really are. So Step Up is trying to address that, in addition to just building the practice of research and fact-based communication, but we are using environment as the entry point. So that's really who I am. I'm in research and into that sort of capacity building.
And so would you agree then to tell us what your take is? Because, ladies and gentlemen, the way we are going to do this is that we are going to take some minutes with each panelist to tell us their take on that topic. And then we swing it over to the other side and we keep it a bit more interactive. So I'd like Dr. Namirembe, given what she's telling us, she said, my degree is in agroforestry, but I don't know which one she's referring to because I know she's got more than one. But please go ahead. Give us your take on the topic before I go over to Bwana Ibrahim. Bwana Soho, yes. Dr. Sarah.
Thank you so much. On the issue of climate justice, I think the recognition that climate is about people. It really, there's been a lot of argument about climate being about business, but the understanding is that it's about humans and it's about those that have been made vulnerable by climate change, but didn't really contribute that much to the cause. So that's what, and we need to think through it, and we as people, writers and poets and people in humanities, need to feature a bit more strongly than we are. There's a lot of science and a lot of politics, political people there, but there's less about how climate is affecting humans and how humans should really seek redress on that issue. So my take is that it's affecting our young people, because I'm working with young people. It's affecting the youths. There's lots of statistics about how it's going to affect the youths, for example, in the future in terms of their employment and displacement and increasing poverty. The things we've been talking about, migration, we talked about, is it really there much agency? Is it a choice that people make? Should they take part of the blame on this? Maybe there is that, but there's also likelihood with more climate pressure that many people will be forced to move involuntarily. And so there's so many things about climate change that are about people that we writers need to start talking about. The beauty of a writer is that we talk to the soul. Scientists can come with figures and whatever, but a writer can reach the soul and get somebody to start thinking of their decisions differently. So I see a lot of space for writers in this aspect. Then my take on building peace is, we are seeing a lot of conflict, and I'm going to relate it again to climate. There's going to be less of certain resources, and so we're going to have to compete for them. And even resources such as simply space, where to exist and build our livelihoods. So we're going to need these skills, and again, as writers, these are issues that we are going to need to address. The major principles on these kinds of things, issues like respect, gender, which the professor has just talked about, the understanding of the urgency of needing to get these things together, and avoiding harm. So there's the various principles that we need to consider in the issue of building peace. We're looking right now at Israel-Palestine, and we can see how it can get very emotive. Things can get very emotive, and many of us sitting in this room have an opinion, for example, about that particular conflict, but and actually I think many of us think you know, we know where the truth is and where things should happen, and they're not happening. And it's taking so much discussion and many lives getting lost every day, whereas we know where the truth is. So building these skills and helping ourselves not to reach those kinds of levels is going to be very important, and readers and writers and poets have a very, very, very strong role to play there as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sarah. Leaders and writers have a very important role to play. She's with youth. We talked earlier about the need for the youth to be engaged, to stay in the discussion, to propel it. Sir, I want to hand it over to him. He actually has graciously agreed to be on this panel, but he prepared a paper on migration, which we discussed a bit earlier. What I would like to do is to request you, sir, to tell us about yourself. Give us your take on the topic and take another 3 minutes to go into the paper. At least give us a synopsis.
Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. I'm Dode Ibrahim Oho, a Nigerian and a writer. I've written 3 books and published in the US, and 1 was approved by National Education Research Development Council. I was attracted by the topic migration and African literature. Something pushed me to that topic, because I asked myself, is migration an evil word? Is it an evil thing? And just as I was stepping into this hall, Dr. Ramatu was asking this question. Now, what is wrong with migration? It means she has had sleepless nights over that word, migration. But let me tell us all, the white man benefited from migration. Our ancestors did not invite them into this continent. They never gave them international passports, nor gave them visas. So while our great-grandfathers were asleep, the white man was driven by needs, the same needs that we have in this generation. At a point in time, they too were going through economic problems. And that forced them out of their continent. And they took the risk and crossed the oceans and came to Africa. Is that the wrong thing? No, it isn't. Because if they had not come into Africa, we wouldn't be here. And Abdurrazak Gulna wouldn't be a recipient of Nobel Prize, because they came in and they gave us education. So we are all beneficiaries of migration. So let us not turn this migration into an evil thing. No, let us educate ourselves. Let us educate the white man that they started migration and not us. So there was a caption that influx of illegal African migrants in Europe. It made me, I wept. Illegal. Illegal. When your great-grandfathers were the first illegal immigrants in Africa, we are paying back what you took from us. Instead of taking us for humanity's sake, instead of accepting those of us who were driven by war, those of us who were driven by poverty, just like your great-grandfathers were driven out of Europe by poverty and war to come into Africa, and our great-grandfathers accepted them and gave them land. So why are you turning us into evil things? Because we are coming to your continent for the same needs that your great-grandfathers came to our continent for. I also want to say this. Abdulrazak Gulna is a beneficiary of migration. If he was not a migrant, we wouldn't be celebrating him here. If he wasn't a migrant, if he was not pushed by war to move from Tanzania, from Zanzibar to Great Britain, we wouldn't be celebrating him now. So let us talk to ourselves and talk to our African brothers who go there. Let us educate them that when you go their place and attain those successes, please bring that knowledge that you have acquired in addition to the wealth. Come back to your continent and develop it just the same way the white man did. He came to Africa, he saw opportunities. At the time when our great-grandfathers knew nothing about gold, they came and they were packing gold. They came and they were packing silver. We had no immigrations. We had no customs. But we had African brotherly, this African brotherhood, that blood in us that accepts human beings, not because of their race, nor religion, but just because they are human beings like us. So let us tell the white man that he is doing the wrong thing. He has educated us and we thank him for that. But he shouldn't use migration. He shouldn't see our people on his land suffering and begins to say, oh, I'm better than them. No, you are not better than us, please. You are not better than us. And I also want to talk about African literature. I believe that when we say educated persons, it means people who can read and write. But I want to turn to classify education persons into two. Those who read and write, but can't write a book. Those who read and write books. If you are educated and you read and you write, but don't have a single book in your name, what it means is when you die with your knowledge. Shakespeare is not with me here, but I believe he's applauding me. Chinua Achebe is not here with me, but I believe he's applauding me. And when all of us have gone, Abdurazak Gurna will be remembered. So I'm challenging each one of us here that it is not enough to read and write.
1 more minute.
Read, write, and write a book.
Thank you.
That's my challenge to all of us. And I also have a question I would have loved to ask Professor Abdurazak Gurna, which I overheard a sister mention it. Africa is so blessed with millions of dialects. And we are so blessed with vocabularies that when the white man came here and taught us English, there are certain vocabs that he couldn't even understand. And I have one, for example. I am from Kano. Right from my childhood, every morning they used to give me kanzo. My brother there may know what kanzo is. Kanzo. Kanzo is when you cook tuwo, that is food, and it burns. That leftover behind it, that one that sticks to the pot. Yes, my parents told me that it was a secret knowledge. So in the morning, I knew we were going through poverty, but they had wisdom. So when they wake up in the morning, they would take that kanzo, soak it in water, and we take it, and we're so happy. But let me tell you what the white man did. He saw the kanzo, he went, he thought about it, and he changed it to cornflakes. We eat cornflakes. Our children love cornflakes. But give them kanzo and they'll say no. So we are back to mental colonialism. Let us get out of that.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you so. Stay. Please do stay. Do stay so we can keep the conversation going a little bit more. Guna and migration. The white man and migration. The black man and migration. Migration physically, but also intellectual migration, if I may put it that way. And migration, from what you're saying, also helps us to cross. Is that the word? Hybridize? Pick this, take that, and go back and forth. And you seem to make the argument that therefore migration should not be illegalized. at least not by the white man against the black man. Dr. Namirembe, thank you, sir. We're talking migration, we are talking climate justice, we are talking conflict resolution. Indeed, you refer to Palestine, but there are probably other conflicts that right now are below the surface of our conscious awareness, which threaten actual lives, not just livelihoods, and threaten existence of island states, for example. How do you see climate justice in terms of looking at the people who are directly threatened by climate change? And if not addressed, how could it result in peace or conflict?
Thank you very much, Sam. So when we look at the threats of climate and we look at how it's, you've talked of small island states. These are the conflicts, the threat to young people, the threat to babies whose nutrition is now being, they're getting 20% less of what they need in their diets because of climate change, and that's about to worsen. So there's quite a number of threats that are going to be happening, and when that conflict, before we even reach that level of what we call conflict, there are voices that must speak or must be heard that are not getting anywhere near where they are needed. When we are talking of conferences of parties for climate, for example, we have the next one, the 28th one happening, and they're not even on the program. They are not even aware, the people who are making decisions are not even aware that some people are going through this. So people who are going through this, the vulnerable people, first of all, are not very much informed about where they can seek redress of why things are happening to them. And I'm not saying that we should look at what we are going through concerning climate. We shouldn't look at ourselves as simply victims, but as people who are trying to address an issue that must be addressed. And when people, for example, from small island states are given, aware of where they can go to get that redress, when policies are created to enable that, when discussions like these ones are created to bring that to the forward, when we start inquiring where is the root cause of why things are going the way they're going, like we hear various stories about farmers going like, we used to do things this way and now we cannot do it anymore. We don't know when to plant our crops. We cannot get a harvest this year because the rains were too much or something. Those stories should not be ignored. And I think for many of us, writers and poets and whatever, we should have a systematic, and scientists as well, we should have a systematic way of getting those stories together and showing what is really happening. I think there's too much of a rush, and with these conferences of parties, meetings happening, they happen in very, very big ways, in very, very fancy places. In a way, they exclude a lot of people from very important discussions. But you're saying the conflict, underneath, or, which is not very, very obvious out there. I think we need, as writers, to start making that conflict explicit, to start showing that these are the stories. For example, if somebody could track what's happening on maybe a particular channel of television, just to show how many stories are coming up of farmers saying things are changing, or how many of those are being recognized within the Ugandan planning process, for example, even before we go to the conference of parties, or while we are still within our villages. How much of that have we systematically put together and therefore tried to get the decisions to address? And the decisions are about policies, are about funding, are about maybe the way culturally we've been doing things and might need to do them differently. So even before looking up there are many decisions that we need to make at our level that we then we go through together, and we build on that to start approaching the higher levels where we see that that's where the blockage is. But I think the most important thing is, as writers, we need to be active players. And I've been trying to Google here about climate justice poetry, and there's very little there. Then I Googled climate justice writers, and many of them are Europeans. So there's a huge gap of Africans. They are the ones who are vulnerable to climate change. We are the ones who didn't cause the things that are happening. And we are the ones who are least writing about it and getting the world to see.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Yes, the hand clap is due. You become a proponent of things being done right here, even before they go higher. We are talking Gunnar. Bwana Soho here is saying Gunnar himself is a migrant. We are saying these things affect all of us, European, African, Asian, whoever. And we are talking conflict and how all these things bring us different problems. Talking conflict, listening to Dr. Namirembe saying it starts right here. It shouldn't be addressed only there. You must be aware of Kanu, Namdi Kanu. You must be aware of the Biafra question. What is your take on conflict resolution in Nigeria and in the rest of the world?
Thank you very much. I tend to believe conflict is a natural thing. It came before us, it will live with us, and live after us. And the reason why we are struggling is this. Just imagine the space. You intend to bring 10,000 people to come into this room. We definitely, no matter the level of our education and patience, we're going to have conflicts. The God, our Creator, has created heaven so vast, so endless, that if man can apply wisdom, all these conflicts will disappear. When you see the Palestinians, like she has said, they are struggling. If Europeans will say, look, some of you who are driven by war, please come to us. We will come and stay in my house while I will think about how to address that problem. Then you are doing what humanity says you should do. But you see these people are being killed. And all that you can do is because you are so greedy. No, you better think, let me just seal up all the borders. Let them not come. I think that is wrong. On the issue of Kano, Boko Haram. Boko Haram is a very interesting topic. I'm from Kano. And alhamdulillah, I'm a beneficiary of Western education. And I've also read, I'm very versed in the Quran. But those brothers of mine are saying that Western education is bad, is evil. On the surface, you say that is a terrible thing to say. But underneath it, it is the right thing to say. Because those who have gone for the Western education and ought to have led the people aright are stealing our commonwealth, impoverishing the people. A man is elected by his own people to be the president, and all he can do is to think about his family, his children, and steal everything. And even like how stupid they are, how stupid we are. They even haven't stolen. No, you rather take it to the Western man's country and put it there. I don't have problem with when we steal and develop Africa. I have problem with when we steal and stupidly take this money and drop it to when we have problem and we go, they'll turn us back. So this is it.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you. I hope.
I have no problem when we steal and develop Africa. The problem is when we steal and take the money and leave it out there. Not too long ago, the Ombudsman, the Inspector General of Government of Uganda, decided that she wanted to institute lifestyle audits. We know you earn $1,000. How come you leave $3,000? And as it was gaining momentum, the president, no less, said, be careful, because some of these people might start taking the money out instead of leaving it here. As long as they leave it here, be careful. Well, the president might be your friend. But, Jacob, I was supposed to stop at 12:30. Of course I can't stop at 12:30. It is 12:35. I'm going to give the panelists a minute each to give us their last word, unless you give me a little bit more time. However, Dr. Namirembe talked about writers on climate justice, and she says mostly they're from Europe. Everybody knows that whereas it may not be your fault, it doesn't mean it's not your problem. And if it's your problem, address it. According to her, we should write more. Joy, Kalema, Nachisanze, Joyce, all of us, let's write a little bit more. Right now, for those of you who are in the room and the university students, Femrite is running the, I think, 4th painted poetry poster project, PPP, and we are calling upon students to write on climate justice and the two themes merged, climate justice and mental health, because that's another thing that we need to address, mental health. Climate justice, when you extrapolate it, it's going to result in so many things, including disturbance to mental health. So I'm glad when you say that we need to pull our socks up. I want to ask you to give us your last word. But before we do, yes, they'll give us their, oh, you want the questions before the last word? What would you prefer? Let's get the last word from their internal locus. I also want to speak English. And then we'll get the questions. Let me start with you, Bwana Soho. Bwana, in my language, no, in one of my languages, is, what is the Nigerian one? Oga. Oga Soho.
Okay, that is Oga. Okay, that is your language. What is it? Swahili. Okay, for us we say Rankedede. Whoever we see, we say Rankedede. That is, we love the people who God has blessed, and we always pray for them. May you live long. So when we see them, we say Rankedede. May God. So when I meet Professor Abdulrazak Gurna, all I have to say to him is Ranka Edede. May you live long. I think that is a wise thing to say. Okay. So what were you asking me to say? What was the question you posed to me? My last word is to come back to what she has said. I have said it. If you are educated, you can read and write, but have no book, your knowledge is dead. That is my last word.
Thank you. It goes home, doesn't it? Ma'am, what's your last word?
My last word is that, again, climate justice is about people. It's about our dignity. It's about our existence. And our voices must be heard. If you have an opportunity to get your voice heard, do get it heard. Readers, writers, you know where to go to get your voices heard. But then not everybody can write and read, and not everybody is, is going to get a book out there. But we should take the responsibility to be their ambassadors to do that. So you could write a book, and that's to your glory, but please do write a book to somebody's survival. So we need to teach ourselves, put ourselves in positions where we can learn more about climate so that we might be able to write about it effectively. We must lobby for transformation from, from profit-driven life, where we are, has led us to where we are, to a life that is just looking for equity and dignity and to actually get ways of getting these benefits when somebody generates them, recognized and given the importance they deserve, so that we are not on that trajectory of amassing wealth and getting more profit. You talked about money either staying in Africa or going abroad, but it's not about that. Let life be about more than that. I would rather that when we were talking of stealing, we would be talking of stealing proverbs from one clan to another and ensuring that they stayed in Africa or something, so that we look at value in a wider sense than just money. Then finally, I would like writers and readers and people in this room to be more, and I think that was mentioned in the morning, to be more, to participate more in other platforms or other discussions, and to be there as a writer and as a poet, as as a person who is trying to influence things in a different way, and also to invite scientists, politicians, and whatever to meetings like this, so that we start breaking the boundaries and beginning to flow into those spaces where such messages are needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Namirembe. Ladies and gentlemen, 2, 3 reactions. May I see the hands so I can be able to, let's start with a lady, Dr. Lillian, let's start with a lady to your right.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I want to thank you all for kind of opening our eyes. I want to thank Prof from Nigeria. Thank you very much. I've loved, actually, I don't want you to end there. I wish I would continue hearing you talk and talk and talk till the end of the day.
He got here a day late, so he could stay there longer.
Please, please. Please, Oga, we are grateful. Dr. Namirembe, we are glad to hear from you. Thank you very much. And I am asking about this Nsenene. How many of you have tasted Nsenene, our delicacy here? One of our delicacies. Tina, have you? Oh my God. The grasshoppers. So my question goes directly to Dr. Namirembe. Very many Ugandans have been very expectant because this is the very season of our grasshoppers, our delicacy around. But we are waiting in vain. They are nowhere to be seen. And now some conspiracy theories are around that, the Nsenenes have migrated. There has been a video, going viral that they have migrated to Vegas in the US, that we should also migrate there. And then we've waited patiently. Oh my God. People have even borrowed loans to invest in this great business around, but they're also waiting, still patiently waiting, but in vain.
What's the question?
So what's the problem? And others are saying that because of the floods, and then because these Nsenenes or grasshoppers used to breed in swampy areas, and now that it has overrained this year, so maybe it could be one of the problems. So I don't know.
Okay.
I wish to hear it from you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Paul, try and keep it brief, please.
Thank you very much. Mine, I would like to talk about the oil and gas exploration, which is happening in the East African countries. We know where conflicts are, and it's always good for business. And the worry is most of the people who are doing the gas and the oil and gas exploration are basically foreign companies. In Mali, they produce and consume their own oil, but in East Africa, most of the people who are doing the what? The exploration in the oil and gas industry, they are coming from what? They are coming from abroad. So my question to you is, do you have fears of this? Because Congo, for instance, is blessed with a lot of natural resources, and yet it has got a lot of problems. So we are having this wealth in the East African countries. Do you have fear that it might bring about conflicts? Oil and gas, it's directly related to climate. Do you have concerns that the oil and gas exploration and its direct relation to climate, will it affect our water security, food security, and energy security? Can you just make comments about the ECOP and oil and gas exploration in
Please
East
pass
Africa?
it to your right. The last hand was to your right, Doctor. Oh, there's a lady here.
My question goes to Dr. Sarah. You say that you work with young people, and you said you work with young people who have finished senior 6 and those at university. My question is that, isn't your demographic, your preferred demographic of working, the one you're working with, isn't it a little bit too old if we are to effect mind change in climate justice advocacy? And why I'm thinking it might be a little bit too old, because these are people in their late teen years and early 20s and perhaps mid 20s too. When I look at the West and some of the young people who have really been very vocal about climate justice, people in the West and South Asia, some of them start as young as 8. That's not something that we've seen in Uganda. One of the celebrated climate justice advocates, Greta Thunberg, if I've pronounced, I don't know. Yes, she started really, really very young, and that's not something that we see in Uganda, and yet we preserve the environment for the future generations. That's what we are saying. So if you choose to work with a demographic that's slightly older, and perhaps they are thinking of making money, and they're thinking, some of them are thinking of starting families, so they might not be as dedicated as they would have been if they were a bit young, as we see people in the West. And so I'm just wondering, like, do you think are you satisfied with the demographic?
Thank you. There's a hand. There was doctor here. Have you given up your question? Okay. All right. We'll take one more and then we'll bring it back here. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you for your presentation. It is hot and very important. The more I read about it personally, the more depressed I get. It's called climate anxiety. I'm seriously affected. According to the International Climate Panel, societal collapse is predicted for 2050. That's only 25 years ago, ahead. I might be dead by that point, but my children won't. So this topic seems like it's not really, we can see the wildfires all over the world, but they're not here, and floods and hurricanes and everything. So the signs are already there, but it's going to get a lot worse. I want to point out that Africa is in a pretty good position. I want to speak against the doom and gloom that I was just starting with. Number one, I speak from a Tanzanian perspective, so the political stability in Tanzania is pretty amazing, so it looks like it's just going up. Environmental degradation is there, but it seems to have progressed far less than in Western countries. Western countries have ripped apart their environments. They're trying to put them back together slowly and with some success, but Africa has huge opportunities in that regard. in some places, not in all places. In migration, it's similarly, I think at this time it looks really terrible, but give it 10 to 20 years and the Western countries will beg you. They will beg you to come and work for them. Yeah, it's a demographic fact. The West is aging. They don't have enough young people to work in their countries. Now they are doing the blocking reflex. It's true, I won't deny it. But I'm pretty sure that in 10 to 20 years the narrative will change into, can you come and work for us, please? And Africa should be ready for that. And if they are willing people, have a labor force that likes going to Europe. I don't recommend it, but some people are really bent on it. And just the last comment, you mentioned the Europeans welcome the Palestinians. It's quite odd. In Germany, we are hosting, I don't know how many, but it must be thousands and thousands of Ukrainians. We did exactly what you said, the German government. They said, yeah, as long as you're having a war there, come here, we'll host you. If I walk down my home street in Berlin, I meet Ukrainians. They don't speak German, so we just say hi, but they live in Germany now. But that's because they're so close. They're like, yeah, one country away neighbors. They feel European enough. So I think Europe has this reflex of, we want to help more people, but Palestinians, they're from somewhere else, and they're afraid of that. It's really not fair. That's all.
Thank you very much. We'll take the mic back. Will you take 2 minutes, 1 minute to say something about all the questions that if you feel no, they're not addressed to you, you're free not to. Please take the mic.
Okay. Hello. Okay. I think it's on. I'm not an environmentalist, but I'm a human being. In my write-up, I wrote about Serengeti. If I had enough time, I would have explained that. I will explain to us that not only man migrates, even the lower animals do. But one beautiful thing about them is when nature touches them and takes away the food they have, the water they drink, at a certain point, they, as animals, move in unity and migrate from one point to a point where they can get water and the green grass. And in the course of that migration, it's so beautiful that the prey and the predators work together, hand in hand.
Thank you.
But the worst enemy, no, let me finish. The worst enemy is you and I, who wait for them in the course of migration and slaughter them. Not because we are hungry, but because we want to sell their meat and make money. And when we kill them and put them in our pots, we call them cooked meat. When we roast them, we call them roasted meat. And when we fry them, we say fried meat. But sorry, they have problems like us. That is why they migrate. So let us still believe that migration is part of life. We can't do without it.
Thank you, sir.
We can't do without it.
Thank you very much. A hand clap for Soho. And he still said the lower animals. In my head, the higher animals migrate. Doctor, most of the questions were directly to you.
Thank you very much. I will start with Ansenene, the grasshopper. I think just like Bwana has said, when we have any change in temperature, any change in moisture, any change in humidity, those kinds of things affect the life cycle of, I will not call them lower animals, I'll just call them insects or beings, all of us. I mean, right now I'm at that stage of a woman where I get these hot flashes and they're really horrible. So we get to stages where things change and we shift a little bit. So I think the Nsenene have shifted a little bit. I do not really have a straight answer why this year they haven't happened. But those are some of the things that might lead to the delay in their migration and into our ports, unfortunately. Oil and gas conflict. Is there likely to be a conflict there? You know, oil and gas is a strange thing, because we claim in Uganda we've just discovered it, and it was huge when it hit the headlines. But then we learned that it had been discovered before, and you know, somebody in charge of it was you know, that knowledge was not shared. Maybe it was shared at the time when we said we discovered. And maybe for me, what to learn from that is we should invest more in our own research so that we own our own resources. So part of the conflict actually is going to come from there, because a lot of the technology to extract it, the technology to refine it and use it belongs elsewhere. And in many of the countries where these conflicts are happening, is that there's not enough knowledge among the people. Like within Uganda, there were claims and conspiracy stories of, oh, maybe Museveni has taken it all to himself, or he owns the oil fields. There's people don't know about how many barrels are really being produced or are likely to be produced, and how much money is to be earned from there. So because of this misinformation, again, as to who is holding what, that is also likely to create conflict. So again, information, understanding, reading, more communication about these issues. But I think the issue of ownership, especially when it comes to resources, which we are not so sure about, which we don't even know the amounts, we don't know who's controlling what, there's a lot of suspicion. So conflict is likely, yes. And but we can you know, avoid much of it through information, through dialogues, through, you know, asking the questions that you're asking, and asking them in the right places, so that we get the knowledge that we need, so that then that lessens the issues that we are suspicious or afraid of. Then maybe the ones that we are validly afraid of, we can confront people who need to be confronted. The fact that it might affect our water, our food, our energy, yeah, it might. It might, and I think all of these are things that we are going to need to work through, and we really, I encourage us to own. The thing I love about being part of the Readers Writers is it helps us to own our own resources, including our own thinking. Because when we are jumping off, I think somebody was asking, is it better to read or to listen? I think it's very good for us also to be the writers, so that somebody else is asking that question. We need to be the ones who are saying, you know, this is the fact, and this is how it's going, and this is where it is, and you're the owner of the story. Some of them will consume, some of the stories will consume, but let us be the producers of these stories based on facts, because we are in a position to know better than other people. Nachsanze, you asked about, and we starting, you know, at another level of demography, maybe we could start lower. I completely agree with you on that one. We needed to start somewhere. So we started with the youths, but actually this year we've been working with primary school people and secondary school. We did secondary school this year, and we are hoping to eventually branch out to primary school. Yeah, we do need to work with all of these levels. And much as I'm saying big things about Step Up, we are not yet big. The idea is big, but the people we've met or we've interacted with, we need that number to grow. It hasn't grown yet. But when we have the resources, when we've built the momentum, we really hope to branch out. So thank you for the question.
Yes, another hand clap. Thank you very much, Dr. Namirembe. Thank you, sir. I'll continue calling you Bwana Soho. I think it's my responsibility to hand the mic back before we go for lunch. Allow me to say it has been a pleasure and an honor to moderate the discussion. I hope it's gone okay with you. What I take away is that write. If you can read and write a book. As for Nsenene, you people here in this room, probably in another 50 years, maybe less, when his children are still alive, you'll be told to go back and eat bugs where you were considered uncivilized for hunting them. Amayenje, crickets, grasshoppers, and senene. What are the locusts? They have been found to be more climate friendly than the industrial beef. Talking about beef, I wish you a good lunch.
Thank you. Thank you, Moderator Samuel. As we dissolve this panel, we are not going to go for lunch yet. We have to, because we have only 2 people who are presenting. So we are going to have that presentation, then we go for lunch. I think this was very insightful. Let's give them a clap. These are very sensitive and very important topics to be discussed. Then sending her back. I came with them in the morning. I saw them. They are around. They are, or you want us to be in Trevor Noah's voice? Say they are in Las Vegas. So I think one of the missing loops was the conflict. We didn't have someone on conflict. And it's a very crucial issue. But one thing I would refer the writers to, the northern part of Uganda still has a very rich culture in conflict resolution. So if you want to really write about what's happening, the Mato Put, you know what happened to Kanyamunyu, the ceremony which took place to absolve him. That is northern Uganda. It's where you can capture that very well. In Karamoja, they still have that rich conflict resolution kind of mechanism that you can capture. And at this moment, I would like to call upon the chair of the next session, Dr. John Chintu, to come and call his presenters. And we have this last session before lunch.
Thank you, MC. I've been told that our session will be very brief because there is very little time. And right away, I want to invite my presenters here to take their seats. I'm told Davina Kaoma is not here. But if anything has changed from the time I've been told, and she's around, or he or she's around, should come and take his or her space. Juliet Yarimpa is around. Come and take your seat. I'm also told that Dina Serwa is not around. Maybe he's online. I don't know. I'll be informed. Okay, she's online. And then Dr. Helen Liebling. Dr. Helen Liebling, come and take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'd like to welcome you from that panel to this plenary session. And without wasting time, my presenters will have less time, unfortunately, because we are going for lunch after you and we have to go on for other activities. May I ask Juliet Yarimpa to go ahead with a presentation.
All protocol observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Charimpa Jovret, and I'll be presenting a topic which is quite interesting because I know many of you in the room or in the house are teachers who sometimes call yourselves lecturers. Teachers are a raw material for lecturers. And so I'm going to be discussing on how literature is thriving in a digital world, and I'm specifically looking at the role of social media in the teaching and learning of literature. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about teaching, we are looking at inculcating the materials or norms, for that matter, in the minds of our readers. And so we are wondering, in a current environment where everyone is using social media, you see students in classrooms carrying highly sophisticated materials, such as laptops, such as iPhones, and they are carrying a number of activities while in class. We are wondering of what effect does it have? And then coming back to literature as a subject, or English for that matter, we are wondering the kind of language that we use while dealing with the social media. How does it go beyond the social media platforms like TikTok, like WhatsApp, like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, etc., and then penetrating our classroom learning and teaching experiences and affect our performance as students and as well as the teaching of our teachers. And bearing in mind about Pavlov's experiment in biology, especially when it is time towards lunch, people's mind tend to concentrate more on what is about to happen than what could be happening at the moment. And so I'll try to be brief by starting with the problem of my statement. Social media is computer-mediated tools that allow students to create, share, and exchange information, ideas, pictures, videos for virtual communities and learners. The issue of using social media in classroom has been a controversial topic for several years. A number of concerned literary scholars have written on this issue. However, this study is just adding voice to the ongoing debate. Many parents and educators have been fearful of the repercussions of having social media in classroom. Social media is growing rapidly through the world. More adults and teenagers are using sites such as Twitter, Facebook, Skype, WhatsApp, etc. to interact with their friends, families, and strangers. And ladies and gentlemen, remember, while they are on these platforms, at the same time, a lecturer or a teacher for that matter is busy conducting his classes on certain topics. And then Jovret as a student will be very busy chatting with friends, either within the country or abroad, outside the country. Or sometimes they are sending videos on TikTok, like the Kadamas we saw yesterday. We even have the Kadamas in Uganda, if that is a character that has been given to these comedians. And they are busy doing that while in class. So we are wondering of what effect does it have? And so this study was driven by only two questions. One, what is the role of social media on the teaching and learning of literature? And then two, how does the slang language that these students use on social media affect the proper grammar in English and literature? I don't want to read much here if the content is needed. Right has a full copy of all this. The questions here were asked. This research was ethnographic in nature, and so we had to go to the field, especially in universities, to ask some of these students. I did this study from Kenya, where I'm a PhD student, and genuinely these students openly told us, a big percentage told us, the details are there in the work, that while they are in class, in most cases, for them, their minds is not necessarily in class, but they rather use that time to converse with their friends, to discuss the topics that the lecturers could have given them. And sometimes they go ahead and ask, their colleagues to even answer the questions on the social media that the lecturers could have asked in class. That is the dilemma that we have at the moment. When you look at the report from the Ministry of Education for last year, especially in UCE exams. A number of students failed English just because they were using slang language or text-to-read language, whereby, for example, if somebody wants to say hello, somebody just says hi. And in an exam, if this person is told to write a composition, this person will still go ahead and use such phrases. What's up? Instead of saying good morning. Hi, instead of saying good evening or good afternoon for that matter. You realize that we are in a generation where the structure of grammar is no longer taken into consideration while speaking and while writing. And so the study went ahead and saw and realized that as much as these social media are good for our generation, at the same time they have an impact, since many of these students were found not to know how to write proper grammar because they have been, you know, fixated with this internet language of text to read. There are a number of examples I had given in this study. For example, because is used as cause, C-O-Z, that is because. Oh my God is OMG. Fight me is F-I-T-E. And then people is P-I-O. And that is the kind of words that our students keep writing even in our formal examination. So in conclusion, I can see the moderator is looking at me, and you know, people of literature know how to use or read facial expressions and eye contact. Withstanding the efforts to teach standard English language rules in institutions, students fail to apply those rules outside classroom or even in examination. All arguments put aside, we can all agree that technology is here to stay, and slang language is the main mode of communication used by the next generation. Parents and teachers must take a difficult choice, either to accept and recognize text to read as a skillful dialect or reject it as an unconventional, strange language. It is important to acknowledge that humans are wired to acquire the language and dialect articulated around them. Therefore, next generation cannot be blamed for developing the capacity to process, analyze, and evaluate slang messages and adaptively produce a reply to share the opinions. That is according to Mori 2010. If standard English is considered a dialect of English, the new language promoted by Techno's savage generation could be deemed as newer dialect of English language. Interestingly, there is positive relationship between frequency in reading and writing, as well as spelling accuracy. I wish to recommend that the choice is in our hands as educators. We either adopt this as a form of language, or we can leave it and prohibit it completely, bearing its consequences. I thank you. Our God reigns, for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Juliet, for that wonderful exposition. We shall keep our questions, and when we have finished, we shall ask at once. We shall ask both presenters at once. At this juncture, let me invite Dr. Helen de Bliang to make her presentation.
Thanks very much, and many thanks to Femerite for inviting me to this conference. I'm very honored. The title is the title of my autobiography, Nalule's Travels and Adventures. Please could you put the PowerPoint? Writing for Survivors in Africa. And the monument you see here, sorry. First slide. First slide, thank you. The monument you see here is a photograph taken in northern Uganda, where we carried out research with girl and boy children who fled the Lord's Resistance Army. As most of you know here, they were forced to commit atrocities against their own communities and survived appalling human rights abuses. I'm pleased to say our research recommendations were taken to the President of Uganda, who said he would discuss these with the Ministry of Health and Security Council. This, I say, is the power of the pen. Writing is very... Sorry. Next slide. Because of time, my book covers different sections listed in this content, but because of time, I'm going to focus on some of these areas. In terms of my early life, next slide, my father was Jewish and my mother Christian. When they married, my father's parents put on black clothes for 2 years and wouldn't speak to us. My parents divorced when I was 13. I was responsible for caring for my family. I think my family separation and Jewish ancestry led to a passion for advocating for the rights of those who've suffered human rights violations. When I attended my cousin's bar mitzvah, the whole weekend made me wish I was Jewish. I felt sympathy for how Jewish people suffered during Hitler's regime and the Holocaust, and a sense of belonging. However, at the same time, I wondered how I'd manage the strictness Jewish traditions involve. Next slide, please. I travelled to Uganda in 1992 with an ethnomusicologist, Peter Cook, and his son, Andy Cook, and my former partner, actually to record music, traditional music of Basoga. And to cut a long story short, because of time, I was requested by Makerere University to help them start a clinical psychology course, which I did with my good friend, Rebecca Kiziri Mayengu, who's at a wedding. Unfortunately, she can't be here. I then did my PhD in Luwero district. I tried to use research to highlight survivors' voices who've suffered particularly sexual gender-based violence and torture to try to effect positive change. So we had practical recommendations following my PhD, including building a bull well in Luwero, a medical intervention to highlight the need for gynecologists and other medical specialists in Luwero. And we had a linking project with goats where we linked women in South Wales in the UK with women in Luwero. So we've had several research projects, but I'm going to focus on one as an example, Liberia. So I worked together with a team of 50 Liberian experts and a Ugandan team. I only have 3 minutes left, so I'm just going to read from the book about what we did. And this followed research that we carried out. We then did training. So this is an excerpt from my book. The training was carried out in Harper, Maryland. A total of 49 participants attended. It included an integrated approach, which meant it included counselling, management of trauma, sexual and reproductive health problems, supporting survivors of gender-based violence and torture and human rights abuses, and professional standards in healthcare. As the professionals were also conflict survivors, the training included individual and group counselling to model a way professionals can support themselves, which they could use in their own communities. During the training, we delivered urgently needed drugs and equipment to 12 health centres and 2 hospitals. A total of 1,076 conflict survivors were seen, and this included surgery for fistula, infectious diseases, genital prolapses from rape, and infertility. Due to the enormous numbers who accessed the services, the medical consultants and other staff volunteered extra hours. The heavy rain and poor roads at that time were a challenge. Once women saw fellow women benefiting, they came forward for treatment following rape, and also men following torture. Our evaluation showed those women and men who received successful treatment of their physical health problems reported a decrease in stigma and an increase in their quality of life. Next slide. Next slide, sorry. Next one. My autobiography also describes fun and adventures while traveling to these countries and others, but due to time, I'm going to skip. Next slide. This is whitewater rafting in Zimbabwe. Next slide. And this is the Imbiri from Busoga. Those of you from Busoga in Uganda will recognize. And we performed for the Queen of England. Next slide. Okay. I only have a minute left, and I wanted to read this story, which is a story from my book. I don't know if the chair will let me. Thank you. Webele Sebo. I'll try to be quick. This is was my good friend, the musician Bernard Kabanda, who played Kadongo Kamu guitar. He's on the left, who sadly died in 1999. And I travelled with his co-musician Baka on the right to visit his mother following his death. I first met Bernard the chicken when he came squawking and flapping into my arms from Bernard's mother. He was a present, despite her being poor. This really touched me. As Bernard the chicken lay in my arms, I didn't have the heart to tell Bernard's mother that I was in fact vegetarian and didn't eat chicken. Baka and I named the chicken on the bus on our way back from his mother's house. What shall I call him? I asked, while sitting with the chicken on my lap. Let's call him Bernard, in honour of our friend who died, responded Baka. The matatu was made lively by me, Baka and Bernard, strutting down the bus. The chicken chattered, much to the amusement of other passengers. They seemed amazed to see a Mzungu carrying a chicken all the way to Kampala. And Bernard the chicken got up to all kinds of exploits on the bus, flapping about, jumping under the seats, nibbling people's toes, and squawking at the top of his voice. This reminded me of the human Bernard's excitement when Peter Gabriel asked him to record the CD at his studios. Their song, Olugenda Bulawaya, The Journey to Europe, was played during the film Hotel Rwanda and can still be found online today. I was glad to see Bernard's mother, her face light up when I handed over the hard-earned money from the CD. And Bernard the chicken jumped about as if it was to acknowledge his mother's joyousness and relief that it'd been too late for Bernard to spend it all. After 6 bumpy, fun-filled hours, all of us were covered in dust. Baka started to get off the bus. I said, "Hey Baka, you better take Bernard since I'm a vegetarian." Baka smiled, as did others on the bus, who mumbled, "Mzungu na lule kwogera Luganda," meaning the white woman speaks Luganda. Not very well. And I would ask our friend Baka every time I saw him, "How's Bernard?" "Bernard's getting fat," he would say. "Bernard's getting fatter. Bernard's really fat now." I smiled to myself, as Bernard had been so thin in real life. I considered it ironic, as fatness in Uganda was considered a sign of health and wealth. One day I asked Baka, "Have you eaten Bernard yet?" He replied, "No, Nalule, I don't have the heart to eat our friend." And later he said, "You won't believe it. Bernard escaped." I smiled to myself. Well, there you go, I thought. Bernard got the last laugh by escaping being eaten, so he could continue strutting his stuff like he always used to. Thank you very much. Last slide. Thank you for listening. Any questions, or please do come to our book launch at 4 o'clock. I'm happy to sign a copy of the book if any of you'd like to purchase a copy, and I'm grateful for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have listened to the two expositions. The first is on social media and education, in summary. And the second one is a very touching subject on survivors, particularly women survivors. So you have listened very well. Let me just give 4 questions which are short. So you ask your question in a short form, and so I will have 2 gentlemen and 2 ladies. The gentleman's hand is already up. Go ahead.
Thank you. My question goes to Jovelet. Because when you say, with phrases like, hi, what's up, doesn't grammar generally change over time and become more accepted? Because once upon a time, people spoke thee, thou, looky, and so, hi, what's up, won't that become accepted over time? Thank you.
Thank you. My question very simply goes to, I don't know how to pronounce some of these names, but this one about literature in the digital world. I looked at the title and I thought you were going to talk about the positive attributes of social media. So my question is there something positive about social media in the teaching of literature? Thank you.
There is a hand up there. A lady. Okay, yeah. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. Let's follow what is good about social media and probably educate people what is bad about it. I'm just going to my own example. During the lockdown, we were not allowed to go about, so we were not allowed to go about and discuss with people. Eventually, I began writing some poems about social media and putting them, about COVID-19 and putting them on Facebook. I had a lot of discussion from the people about it as if there was no lockdown. That's why I'm saying let's adopt the good things about the social media and leave what is not good. Eventually, a book was born out of this kind of thing. That's what I wanted to follow up with what she said.
Last question up there.
Thank you. Maybe before I raise my question, I would like to say, Chair, that there is another hand online. I don't know if you will allow it to make a comment or question. My question is for Jovelet. And Jovelet, you mentioned that the language that the young people are using in class is language that we could either choose to take as teachers or choose not to take. And my question to you is, would you say that if we chose to take that language, we would be on our journey to decolonize language? And if that is the case, would you say that language would be devoid of some aspects that we could look at as neocolonialism in a way? Because I'm thinking that the place from which this new language comes could also carry with it some neocolonial aspects. So if we choose to take on the language, are we taking it on as part of our decolonial efforts? Thank you.
Microphones have jammed. This is okay. I'm just made to learn that there's somebody online is asking a question. And since this person is online, let's give him or her the opportunity. Please, somebody online asking a question, go ahead.
Well, I'm Dina Amankwa. I'll be presenting. I just want to draw your attention to that.
Have you got a question?
No, I'm saying that I am the third presenter.
Okay, so I think let's allow her to take her present. Dina, go ahead and make your presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning from Ghana. The title of the paper is Exploring Currency in Drama, TV Drama. This work considered looked at quality in play production, and it looked at TV and big screen work from the perspective of quality. So it says that quality brings recognition, and that is the investigation that took place. So what I did was that, TV drama has been becoming popular over the decades. When I was growing up in the 70s, we only had Doctor Who. My late uncle used to watch it, but now we have a number of them. And it is worth exploring, especially when the production is done in indigenous language. At a time when UNESCO estimates that one language appears in every 2 weeks, efforts to produce in local languages, indigenous languages, need to be encouraged and investigated so that people can be encouraged to improve upon performance. And that is where I am coming from. The problem is that a lot of people complain about content in Ghana. Another problem is that our TV channels have been besieged by TV drama from other communities. It was first Mexican TV, and now we have Indian TV drama. And I think it is worth exploring. So this work juxtaposed two works, two from Ghana, two from India. And I zeroed in on gender, female autonomy. How the work look at female autonomy. And I am stressing again that this work is stressing that quality should inform the works that we produce. So we're looking at language, indigenous language, and how it was used to dignify. Sorry, I sent my PowerPoint to Hilda. I hope the host has it so it can be projected. So we're looking at language and how it has been used to dignify the female character and also to lend sophistication to the work, considering that it's based on language. Everything that we get is for language. So that the two plays from Ghana, Obata, The Ideal Woman, American Beggar, the two plays from India, Anupama, and Love by Chance. The objective, the general objective was to...
Hello, Dina.
Hello? Hello?
You have 3 minutes left. And
I have 3 minutes.
3 minutes. May I request the ICT to display her PowerPoint?
Yes.
But use your 3 minutes. And
okay.
we have very little time here.
That's fine. So the objective was to investigate how language impacts effective handling of subject matter and themes, and the specific was to see the alignment of the themes with female affirmation action. It was purposeful sampling. It was picked because it was written in languages, in indigenous languages, and they all had very strong gender themes. And so the investigation, literary criticism, the 4 plays were juxtaposed. So to investigate the dignity in language, the dignified dialogue, and the dignifying roles of women. It was observed that marriage is weaponized in all the plays, and they are all being showed on satellite TV. 3 of the plays they really drag, because the themes kept being repeated, and the Indian play uses slow emotion to boredom level. The differences, the Hindu plays have been translated. That's how I could study it, because I don't speak Hindi, but they have been translated, and the Ghanaian one are aired in English. Love by Chance, one Indian play, it moves so swiftly, so it's a delight. So the delight to watch it. It was observed that the language in the Indian plays is decorous. So the dialogues were very rich, and they really brought out issues, female oppression and female denigration, and the weaponization of marriage. But the African language was not as decorous as those in the Indian play. A lot of insult, a lot of vulgar drill of the play. I mean, drama can only appeal if it reflects society. It invokes emotions such as humor, sadness, anger. And some of these things were very, very prominent in the Indian plays that were missing from the Ghanaian plays. So cultural vices were
advantages than disadvantages can be a form of colonization or neo-colonization for that matter. So let it be. That is my standpoint as or my opinion as an individual. And the last question, this was a comment. Thank you. Leave the bad and take what is good. I thank you very much.
Sorry, we have punctuated here. We are not receiving any more questions because time.
An experience, and she's also looking at I guess the Spanish. So I think it was also an interesting presentation. And with that, I know when Dr. Helen was presenting and she kept talking of Bernard, I kept thinking he was eaten. The more she said he grew fat, I was like, wow. Yeah, and with that, I would like us to give a clap to this panel. And I'm dissolving it as for now. And I would like to wish you all a nice lunch. Please don't think of Bernard. So I would like to wish you a nice lunch, and we shall be, what time is it? 15 to 2. So I think we should be back by 2:30 here. Yes? Yes? Yesterday you surprised me. I said up to 3, and before 3 people came back. So I'm taking it from yesterday's experience. Oh yeah, I would like to recognize the arrival of Professor Okelo Gwang. He has arrived. He will be in the next panel. Yeah, as the next session is going to be very interesting, we can just have a sneak peek into it. Do we have the trailer for Lawino? As people are getting ready for lunch. Do we have the trailer? It's on? I'm not seeing it. This is a song of Lawino in Uganda. Please look for a certain face who's around here acting inside there.
Book or in that text is about the mediating between this conflict between tradition
no volume.
And the modern. Ochol, Lawino's husband, has gotten so fascinated with the modern that he thinks that he can live in the modern as if he does not have a past.
If things are not going right,
Mwami wange, lwaki onjolooga? Lwaki ompeewuula weewuula?
Lawino's quarrel with her husband Ochol in that book or in that text is about the mediating between this conflict between tradition and the modern. Ochol, Lawino's husband, has gotten so fascinated with the modern that he thinks that he can live in the modern as if he does not have a past.
Mwami wange, lwaki onjolooga? Lwaki ompeewuula weewuula?
Lawino's quarrel with her husband Ochol in that book or in that text is about the mediating between this conflict between tradition and the modern. Ochol, Lawino's husband, has gotten so fascinated with the modern that he thinks that he can live in the modern as if he does not have a past.
Mwami wange, lwaki onjolooga? Lwaki ompeewuula weewuula?
Lawino's quarrel with her husband Ochol in that book or in that text is about the mediating between this conflict between tradition and the modern. Ochol, Lawino's husband, has gotten so fascinated with the modern that he thinks that he can live in the modern as if he does not have a past.
Mwami wange, lwaki onjolooga? Lwaki ompeewuula weewuula?
Lawino's quarrel with her husband Ochol in that book or in that text is about the mediating between this conflict between tradition and the modern. Ochol, Lawino's husband, has gotten so fascinated with the modern that he thinks that he can live in the modern as if he does not have a past.
Mwami wange, lwaki onjolooga? Lwaki ompeewuula weewuula?
Lawino's quarrel with her husband Ochol in that book or in that text is about the mediating between this conflict between tradition and the modern. Ochol, Lawino's husband, has gotten so fascinated with the modern that he thinks that he can live in the modern as if he does not have a past.
Mwami wange, lwaki onjolooga? Lwaki ompeewula weewuula?
Lawino's quarrel with her husband or child in that book or in that text is about the mediating between this conflict between tradition and the modern. Ochol, Lawino's husband, has gotten so fascinated with the modern that he thinks that he can live in the modern as if he does not have a past.
Mwami wange, lwaki onjolooga? Lwaki ompeewula weewuula?
Lawino's quarrel with her husband or child in that book or in that text is about the mediating between this conflict between
if you stand on your head twice a day, this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case sooner or later you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing, and then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case sooner or later you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing, and then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case sooner or later you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing, and then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes. The best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write. Keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, maybe you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing, and then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand up.
Urwasande ukiwulidde munzikirize ntwala omukisa guno okulamusa ku baana ab'obuwala ntegeeza basere queen betwaleko Uganda okiwulidde abandi agadde okutwetabamu okuyingira ekyumba ky'omufirisuuti okitegeera naye ng'ensonga esinga okubaleeta mbu bakoye okutambuza plastika mu kampani z'e Uganda bakoye okutambuza emmere wa beredene okiwulidde ekintu ekyo kansooke mbakuba akakula omukuleke yakuba namwandu okiwulidde ife wano tutambula tusinga n'abatembeeyi tusinga n'abatambuza emmere mu hoteri Uganda olwakuba nti ekyenyeyo kye tulina tutambulira mu kifo kimu tubeera nga saakasi okiwulidde omufirisuuti ayinza okutuma ekikopo naye ng'ayagala sukaari ayagala ejiiko ayagala kagaati ayagala jubini abikutuma omulundi gumugumu kati gwalina okwebereramu n'ogamba nti kantumya ekikopo byonna byagala n'obitwala ate sin'obizza simanya munfuna naye bw'otaasala ago magezi mukwano ogenda kutambula n'obwoya bukugwe ku ntumbwe obenga anoonya omulimu ate ng'ogulina mba sekereti abange mubeere bulungi.
Ali ku simu tubuulire gy'osinzidde osaba akayimba tukakkubire. Hello?
Nsinzidde mu kiyumba ky'omuwalabu wano e Jidda. Ndi kika kya Kadama Pro Max DTC updated version era yonze omu ku batolosi.
Ky'ogamba lediyo yaffe bagitege Saudi Arabia.
Onookuba akayimba kenjagala oba nsinikire muli amannyo.
Saba akayimba.
Okuva lwe nagenda e Bulaaya.
Okuva we nagenda e Bulaaya.
Nasirika nnyo tebakyampuliza.
Nasirika nnyo temukyampuliriza.
Babuulire kutusaba ssente gy'oli ffe tuzisena ku nnyanja.
Sirika nno owuliriza akayimba.
Ebizindalo bijjeeko nkeeyimbire.
Bironi binkuba ng'ate nammwe ebirungi mubisuubira kola nnyo nabe nga tukyuka munnaffe.
Kati addamu era nzuukusa ampita nakimanya nti nalabika ateze ki simu nga mpita ng'ano okukola ki okuyitaba nga ntuma nga nkimanya ateze simu ayagala kukola ki kwata vidiyo nga nze neesongosula nzirayo ku mirimu gyange ng'agende wannyina amugamba Halima ankubye Halima ansindise nanenyo ekyokukola nga sikimanyi mukadde ate yanenyanze
maama we
mwana wange omwesibako tokyayagala kukola wano mirimu buli sawa obeera ku social media mukadde n'agamba naye lw'oligamba nti n'omwana wange si mulungi ngenda kusitula nkutwale mu kkomera ate nga bava eno batusomesezza ekkomera ly'e Saudi w'otoloka obeera ku lulo bakusibira ddala obutakola ki
obutafuluma
obutanditya namutyanga nnyo obutantwala mukomera kuba yali aŋŋambye waliwo n'omukozi wano omulala simanyi teyali mulungi mbu namutwala mu kkomera nakati akyakola ki akyaliyo nentyamu nebuuza ekyokukola nga sikiraba ng'ate nti obigamba maama
Yewe mwali muwuliziganya.
Basooka empuliziganya emyezi eri.
Kati omuwuliza.
Kati waliwo essimu. Nemugamba kwaliko mulongo nga yogera, nemugamba olaba omukazi ono ye maama wange. Angamba Alima tayogera naye. Tamukubira ku ssimu. Omukadde oba n'atyamu kuba namugamba ali ku leediyo. Nangamba lindamu wiiki emu ngenda kukwata essimu nkubire maama wo. Nasooka kukubirani. Nasooka okuba essimu ya mama ya Airtel nga teriiko. Ku ssimu ya mukadde nga teriiko. Nenkubira mukwano gwange bamuyita Farida era aliyo naye Saudi. Nemugamba Nyambo gambe muganda wange Sara. Agambe maama. Agambe next of king agende ki ku office kuba nalina kuba kubadde emiranga nga nakoowa. Kati bingi.
So mama na we agenda next of kin we agenda ku office na abaganda atya.
Ngate nali ntya. Tisenga bakwata omukadde ono. Ne waba wamukubira essimu. Mu nsonga zange ajja kwongera okumpisa ki? Obubi. Ngera yakingamba togaba ki? Ennamba yange. Kyekyo kyali kintiisa. Era ne mukusooka Kadamazi voice we yanoonya. Namugamba nkwegayire tokubira mukama wange essimu. Kuba osooka manya embeera eziriwo. Nangamba Alima siri mwana muto sisobola mukola ki? Mukubira. Ne mugamba kanjira njogera naki? Ne office. Yo office senge nakwata essimu negikuba. Nali ndowooza ejaga maama w'omwana angambye omwana amulaba nnyo ku social media. Ate ebitali ki? Ebitali birungi. Nengamba maama mukwate obutambi kasita gye buli mu butwale ku ki? Ku office. Osanga bananyamba. Naye nze najja kukola nga awusigala. Ate lwaki mbambira mu social media ze? Nga n'abantu we bajja waka kwega emirembe gyenzigwako. Balemerera okukola ekibaleese okunyumya ne badda kugwa okuteeka ku social media okuzannyirako.
Bali bakufulanga kakatuni.
Mu kiyumba olimu omu muddugavu. Olimi temulukwasa. Oyinza kukola ki?
Ebyogera tobiwulira.
N'oba obiwulidde tolinawo maama wo? Tolinawo muganda wo oyinza kukola ki?
Onalebo Alani Sewanyana MP owamakindye West Mugeme Muwambe Muchi mudrone ate kaya ate ekyo nkiruma mu drone ani ataboine video yo naye nanga Alani bali kumukubengwala. Imagine member of parliament ali kufuluma mu ikomera mu gate musada we tategeera nti obusada bumulinze bamuwamba misana tuku nyensi yona yo nebona mu drone enderu. Yeah. Abana Uganda nzemba sima kwe kindu kirala kiti nti timusobola kutaasa muntu gwe bali ijja kuita timusobola ataasa muntu gwe bali kuwamba nga muli kubona mukola kintu kira kya kugema busimu bweimwe na kudangalala muti uyo bamuwambye bali mutwala bamuteeka mu drone. Do you know that together we can oba timwidi singa mwajira tili simwe gugumulaku ayo mwabere ku busimu mwe bali kutuwa mawulire twasimye ayate n'ekindi kyendi kwenda okoba government ya mwami Museveni nti bambi tusime enkola yo. Webale ino webale kuwamba webale kusiba abantu bazira musango webale kutugumbula webale nakusigaza mu lockdown myaka 2 nga tuli just mu lockdown titulya titunwa webale mama wotebaza okubibwa Alani Sewanyana Muwambe nze ndige kwebaza wa mukulu Museveni baba okoze kyamaani ino ate wokobe bwaku ng'otugumbulwa wokobebwaku nga drone di kunona zena ndiye nondi kadama zana go drone dinona mukazi wetu nkali kwira na Uganda amana akatuka kweya kupozi ku airport nga zena bamambira abantu alake bakati yani abikuwa okubyogera baba ezirabi mpa kubyogera zena ambi bona wano ku internet anti ndi ku wifi mani ga wifi ya muwalabu singa muwalabu tiyampa wifi inze bino na alibitegere ayenga ala ni sewanyana MP onalebo muwambe mu drone anye ya muwambye of course mwidi bulungi na chinkwe alagira ebintu ebyo bijje mu maiso omukulembeze waifo weigwanga omulungi eno president Yoweri Kaguta Museveni baba otufuze tusimye ndikutya n'okulingirira mu kamera baba otufuze tusimye kino kisamba kyo kiri jajja okuwa ku baba ng'otutugumbwire ulululu ono musada aniga katago mama ate nadala yajja okutegeera nti tutukamwenda leka tufuge emyaka 5 ginajo kuwaku ngatuniza akatago nga twatandika kunalala bunalale tulijafira munumba okisokera yalo lwaloko down abembi bali kulaluka bulaluke baja mikali nkobera we batalaluke onalebo alani sewanyana MP owa Makindye West Mugeme Muwambe muchi mudrone atika yati echo nchiruma mudrone ani ataboine video yo nanga ala ni bali kumukubengwala imagine member of parliament ali kufuluma muikomera mu gate musada wetategere nti obusada bumulinze bamuwamba misana tuku nyensi yona yo nebona mudrone enderu abana Uganda nzemba sima kwe kindu kirala kiti nti timusobola kutasa muntu go bali ija kuita timusobola atasa muntu go bali kuwamba nga muli kubona mukola kintu kira kya kugema busimu bwaimwe na kudangalala muti uyo bamuwambye bali mutwala bamuteka mu drone you know that together we can obati mwidi singa mwajira tili simwe gugumulako ayo mwabere ku busimu mwe bali kutuwa mawulire twasimye ayate nekindi kyendi kwenda okoba government ya mwami Museveni nti bambi tusime enkola yo webale ino webale kuwamba webale kusiba abantu bazira musango webale kutugumbula webale na kusigaza mu lockdown myaka 2 nga tuli just mu lockdown titulya titunwa webale mama wotebaza okubibwa ala nisewanyana muwambe nze ndige kwebaza wa mukuru Museveni baba okoze kyamaani ino ate wokobebwaku ng'otugumbulwa wokobebwaku nga drone di kunona zena ndiye nondi kadama zana go drone dinona mukazi wetu nkali kwira na Uganda amana akatuka kupozi ku airport nga zena bamambira abantu alake bakati yani abikuwa okubyogera baba ezirabi mpa kubyogera zena ambi bona wano ku internet anti ndi ku wifi mani ga wifi ya muwalabu singa muwalabu tiyampa wifi inze bino na alibitegere ayenga ala ni sewanyana MP onalebo muwambe mu drone ani ya muwambye of course mwidi bulungi na chinkwe alagira ebintu ebyo bijje mu maiso omukulembeze waifo weigwanga omulungi eno president Yoweri Kaguta Museveni baba otufuze tusimye ndikutya n'okulingirira mu kamera baba otufuze tusimye kino kisamba kyo kiri jajja okuwa ku baba ng'otutugumbwire ulululu ono musada aniga katago mama ate nadala yajja okutegeera nti tutukamwenda leka tufuge emyaka 5 ginajo kuwaku ngatuniza akatago nga twatandika kunalala bunalale tulijafira munumba okisokera yalo lwaloko down abembi bali kulaluka bulaluke baja mikali nkobera we batalaluke
انت في زوج؟
لا ما في زوج هو موت
حرام في بيبي؟
ما في بيبي بابا
زين سيرة نسوي زواجنا انت سوا بس هذا ماما نجيبة وهذا بنية نوال ما في يعرف انا انت سوا بس يعرف
لا انا ما اقول
هذا ماما نجيبة ما يستحي وجه مغسول مرق
شنو بابا؟
لا اقول بابا قولي سلطان Sultano, Sletin.
Okay, Sultan. Sultano.
Sletin.
Sleitain.
أرسلها كيف أنت تكسلين؟ أنا قلت تبي صابون كسلي زين. لا ما في شيء لازم تبي صابون كلوروكس كسلي زين. أنا هاتك راتب صح؟ لا مو لا تبي على صابون بسرعة كسلي مرة ثانية. نزلي هذا نزلي كله كسلي هناك. جيب صابون كلوروكس يلا. لا أنا هاتك راتب صح؟ مو بلاش انت تشتغلين هنا. لا ما في شيء. انا قلت ما في شيء. انا ما قلت شيء. لازم تسمعين كلام. لازم يلا كسلي. خلاص انا بشتري تكيت بودك. يلا بورك يا انا. ليش خلاص انقلي يلا بعدين بورك يلا.
Ndi wano ntudde ninda abaana bo bantwale kyokka kyenninze kubanga enjogera bbiri nja kukozaayo ku ofiisi wakalya amazzi okombe n'engalo omaaniina. Ndi wano ntudde n'ebintu byange mu ddiiro njagala nno nontwala. Ate singa obaddemu amagezi n'ofuluma n'ojja wano mu ddiiro era sirikirayo mu luumu yo mpaka abaana bo we banajja. Kyasamba kindeberezaako aga.
Habibi kwezi guwa habibi guwa gwe yasama ofuna olubuto contract yange wegwerako nza Uganda nyokeyo tuwaganira habebe kaize kati ife tugoyingewa
njagala kumanya bakukola mu mutichi
one time oli ku Kadama FM tukubire ku simu tubuulire osinzidde wa y'olunaku lukutambulidde lutya. Ali kusimu gamba alo yenze Kadama we Bahrain atabuuza atagambwako zenze kayina license enzikiriza okulumya omuwala bw'enjala. Nyabo ng'oli bulala indi bulala tomanyi DTC bwe kiggwayo indefinitely terrible creature njemera omuwalabu nayoza ebintu kati ate olwo gwe pulideta akola ku leediyo.
Kawereze ex wo yali amanyi nti ojja kufa kubanga agenze okitegeera.
Nze nali manyi bwaba kukyawa oba osembye nze nabanga mu kwekubagiza nga bankyaye nga manyi pedde omusajja yanjoga yali yasoba.
Yeah, my yeah.
Saudi Arabia mwonoonye nakaveewa katika kyangamba ki. Hello. Kati kikyate. Hello ompulira. Aha obadde ogamba ki? Chocolate. Paula sina sente za chocolate mkwana. Kubusi. Mama Jara.
Eba nange.
Ukwane mukacholi Uganda. Teri kusi. Iye.
Ta.
Ninda kulyachi.
Eba nange.
Fumba lumonde nyazala ogwe yakulitidde. Ekyo kumwebaza kyakulemye. Nali mmanyi mukazi goli n'empisa eziwe.
Eba nange.
Bisa buswazi wayiga n'oluyaye. Kisandale gyenye n'omukyala nange.
Mama.
حبيبتي منورة ابتسام. أمرايا بس انت بتحبيني فعلا. تعالي
جيبوا لها الماء.
قومي تعالي بحضني.
لا حبيبتي
تعالي.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. More than fantasy, lonely like a highway. She's living in a world and it's on fire. Feel like catastrophe, but you know she can fly away. Whoa, she got both feet on the ground and she's burning it down. She got her head in the clouds, but she's not backing down.
Jembo samaye yeko
Getuna jinywa
Makumeko
Getuna kuma
Fight with Seto De Maria Me on the beat I wanna have on your teeth
Wo-lo-lo-lo-lo Eno vibe wa-la-la-la-la Woyo Raga-ba-la-la Mazina sikusaba no-gana Jemuza mwazinyeko
Tetunazina
Mweba seko
Tutaziga
Mwazinyeko
Tetunazina
Tobango libirala nga nange ndibirala
Mwazinyeko
Tetunazina
Mweba seko
Tujaziga
Musa mwazinyeko
Tetunazina
Tobango libirala nga nange ndibirala
Jagala limpopyola
Ani ali ku simu obudde buno?
Nze Kadama nfunyeemu emergency.
Buzibu ki?
Otulo tumbuze njagala kuzina.
Guyasaba. Ekyo kye kikubiza simu amatumbi budde.
Mwatuteerawo leediyo kutuyamba.
Mazima.
Nandikubidde ani bwe mba sikubidde Kadama FM.
Kutereyo kayimba ki?
Ekinkutte tekinnanta.
Ki ekikukutte?
Tekinnanta.
Ekiki?
Ekinkutte tekinnanta. Ke kayimba k'obonteerayo. Naye bamuzaala.
My lord.
Tekinnanta Ekinkutte tekinnanta Tekinnanta zenjabata Tekinnanta Ekinkutte tekinnanta Tekinnanta zenjabata Balumbalumba ningange numba Balumbalumba ningange numba
Ozinyeemu Kamala genda webake.
Nedda ssebo.
Tokole emirimu gya Muwarabu.
Ekinkutte tekinnanta.
Gwe yasama.
Tugenda kucheyo Bugenda kucheyo makugayisa Bugenda kucheyo lavujiwa Bugenda kucheyo bano baleka amazigo gayiwa kakati olagawaya Mpulira mbu muyita mu bingi Mpulira mbu bulumyeyo obungi Ne bino bye babayita bakadde amaze muliisi wulira bulungi
Gwe kati oyagala nkole ki? Gwe muli oyagala nkole ki? Nga kameso lekawo katono n'abaana fiizi zikwekubya ndulu Kale siganye kwagala n'omukwano gwongulina Naye nina okunoonyaamu naawe kimanye maka ganyu moosirina Tugenda kucheyo
olwa Sande ukiwulidde munzikirize ntwala omukisa guno okulamusa ku baana ab'obuwala ntegeeza Sere Queen betwaleko e Uganda okiwulidde abandi agadde okutwetabamu okuyingira ekyumba ky'omufirisuuti okitegeera naye ng'ensonga esinga okubaleeta mbu bakoye okutambuza pulastika mu kampani z'e Uganda bakoye okutambuza emmere wa beredene okiwulidde ekintu ekyo kansooke mbakuba akakula omukuleke yakuba namwandu okiwulidde ife wano tutambula tusinga n'abatembeeyi tusinga n'abatambuza emmere mu wotera e Uganda olwakuba nti ekyenyeyo kye tulina tutambulira mu kifo kimu tubeera nga saakasi okiwulidde omufirisuuti ayinza okutuma ekikopo naye ng'ayagala sukaari ayagala ejiiko ayagala kagaati ayagala jubini abikutuma omulundi gumugumu kati gwe alina okwebereramu n'ogamba nti kantumya ekikopo byonna byagala n'obitwala ate sin'obizza simanya munfuna naye bw'otaasala ago magezi mukwano ogenda kutambula n'obwoya bukugwe ku ntumbwe obenga anoonya omulimu ate ng'ogulina mba sekereti abange mubeere bulungi.
Ali ku ssimu tubuulire gy'osinzidde osaba akayimba tukakkubire. Hello?
Nsinzidde mu kiyumba ky'omuwalabu wano e Jidda. Ndi kika kya Kadama Pro Max DTC updated version. Era yonze omu ku batolosi.
Ky'ogamba lediyo yaffe bagitege Saudi Arabia.
Onookuba akayimba kenjagala oba nsinikire muli amannyo.
Saba akayimba.
Okuva lwe nagenda e Bulaaya.
Okuva we nagenda e Bulaaya.
Nasirika nnyo tebakyampuliza.
Nasirika nnyo temukyampuliza.
Babuulire kutusaba ssente gy'oli ffe tuzisena ku nnyanja.
Sirika nno owuliriza akayimba.
Ebizindalo bijjeeko nkeeyimbire.
Bironi binkuba ng'ate nammwe ebirungi mubisuubira kola nnyo nabe nga tukyuka munnaffe.
Kati addamu era nzuukusa ampita nakimanya nti nalabika ateze ki simu nga mpita ng'ano okukola ki okuyitaba nga ntuma nga nkimanya ateze simu ayagala kukola ki kwata video nga nze neesongosula nzirayo ku mirimu gyange ng'agende wannyina amugamba Halima ankubye Halima ansindise nanenyo ekyokukola nga sikimanyi mukadde ate yanenyanze
maama we
omwana wange omwesibako tukyayagala kukola wano mirimu buli sawa obeera ku social media mukadde n'agamba naye olwoligamba nti n'omwana wange si mulungi ngenda kusitula nkutwale mu kkomera ate nga baava eno batusomesezza ekkomera ly'e Saudi wootoloka obeera ku lulo bakusibira ddala obutakola ki
obutafuluma
obutanditya namutyanga nnyo obutantwala mukomera kuba yali aŋŋambye waliwo n'omukozi wano omulala simanyi nti yali mulungi mbu namutwala mu kkomera nakati akyakola ki akyaliyo nentyamu nebuuza ekyokukola nga sikiraba ng'ate ntyo bigamba maama
ye maama mwali muwuliziganya
basooka empuliziganya emyezi egi
katomuwuliza
kati waliwo essimu nemugamba kwaliko mulongo nga nemugamba olaba omukazi ono ye maama wange agamba Halima tayogera naye tamukubira ku ssimu omukadde oba naatyamu kuba namugamba ali ku leediyo naŋŋamba lindamu wiiki emu ngenda kukwata essimu nkubire maama wo nasooka kukubirani nasooka okuba essimu ya mama ya Airtel nga teriiko ku ssimu ya mukadde nga teriiko nenkubira mukwano gwange bamuyita Farida era yo naye Saudi nemugamba nyambe ogambe muganda wange Saara agambe maama agambe next of king agende ki ku office kuba nalina kuba kubadde emiranga nga nakoowa kati bingi
So mama na weyagenda next of kin weyagenda ku office na abaganda atya
ngate nali ntya tisenga bakwata omukadde ono ne waba wamukubira essimu mu nsonga zange ajja kwongera okumpisa ki obubi ngera yakiŋŋamba togaba ki ennamba yange kyekyo kyali kintiisa era ne mukusooka kadamazi voice we yannoonya namugamba nkwegayire tokubira mukama wange essimu kuba osooka manya embeera eziriwo nangamba Aliima siri mwana muto sisobola mukolaki mukubira ne mugaka njira njogera naki ne office yo office senge nakwata essimu negikuba nali ndowooza ejaga maama w'omwana angambye omwana amulaba nnyo ku social media ate ebitali ki ebitali birungi ne ngamba maama mukwate obutambi kasita gye buli mubutwale kuki
olwasande okiwulidde munzikirize ntwala omukisa guno okulamusa ku baana ab'obuwala ntegeeza basere queen betwaleko e uganda okiwulidde abandi agadde okutwetabamu okuyingira ekyumba ky'omufirisuuti okitegeera naye ng'ensonga esinga okubaleeta mbu bakoye okutambuza pulastika mu kampani z'e uganda bakoye okutambuza emmere wa beredene okiwulidde ekintu ekyo kansooke mbakuba akakula omukuleke yakuba namwandu okiwulidde ife wano tutambula tusinga n'abatembeeyi tusinga n'abatambuza emmere mu hoteri e uganda olwakuba nti ekyenyeyo kye tulina tutambulira mu kifo kimu tubeera nga saakaasi okiwulidde omufirisuuti ayinza okutuma ekikopo naye ng'ayagala sukaari ayagala ejiiko ayagala kagaati ayagala jubini abikutuma omulundi gumugumu kati gwalina okwebereramu n'ogamba nti kantumya ekikopo byonna byagala n'obitwala ate sin'obizza simanya munfuna naye bw'otaasala ago magezi mukwano ogenda kutambula n'obwoya bukugwe ku ntumbwe obenga anoonya omulimu ate ng'ogulina mba security abange mubeere bulungi
ali ku ssimu tubuulire gy'osinzidde osabe akayimba tukakkubire. Hello
nsinzidde mu kiyumba ky'omuwalabu wane Jidda ndi kika kya Kadama Pro Max DTC updated version era yonze omu ku batolosi
ky'ogamba lediyo yaffe bagitege e Saudi Arabia
onookuba akayimba kenjagala oba nsinikire muli amannyo
saba akayimba
okuva lwe nagenda e Bulaaya nasirika nnyo tebakyampuliriza babuulire kutusaba ssente gy'oli ffe tuzisena ku nnyanja
sirika nno owuliriza akayimba
ebizindalo bijjeeko nkeeyimbire
bironi binkuba ng'ate nammwe ebirungi mubisuubira kola nnyo nabe nga tukyuka munnaffe
kati addamu era nzuukusa ampita nakimanya nti nalabika ateze ki simu nga mpita ng'ano okukola ki okuyitaba nga ntuma nga nkimanya ateze simu ayagala kukola ki kwata vidiyo nga nze nensongosula nzirayo ku mirimu gyange ng'agende wanyina amugamba Aliima nkubye Aliima nsindise nanenyo ekyokukola nga sikimanyi mukadde ate yanenyanze
maama we
mwana wange omwesibako n'oba obiwulidde tolinawo maama we tolinawo muganda wayinza kukola ki
onalebo Alani Sewanyana MP owamakindye West Mugge
Mwami wange, lwaki onjolooga? Lwaki ompeewula weewula?
Lawino's quarrel with her husband Ochol in that book or in that text is about the mediating between this conflict between tradition and the modern. Ochol, Lawino's husband, has gotten so fascinated with the modern that he thinks that he can live in the modern as if he does not have a past.
Mwami wange, lwaki onjolooga? Lwaki ompeewula weewula?
Lawino's quarrel with her husband Ochol in that book or in that text is about the mediating between this conflict between tradition and the modern. Ochol, Lawino's husband, has gotten so fascinated with the modern that he thinks that he can live in the modern as if he does not have a past.
Mwami wange, lwaki onjolooga? Lwaki ompeewula weewula?
Lawino's quarrel with her husband Ochol in that book or in that text is about the mediating between this conflict between tradition and the modern. Ochol, Lawino's husband, has gotten so fascinated with the modern that he thinks that he can live in the modern as if he does not have a past.
Mwami wange, lwaki onjolooga? Lwaki ompeewula weewula?
Lawino's quarrel with her husband Ochol in that book or in that text is about the mediating between this conflict between tradition and the modern. Ochol, Lawino's husband, has gotten so fascinated with the modern that he thinks that he can live in the modern as if he does not have a past.
Mwami wange, lwaki onjolooga? Lwaki ompeewula weewula?
Lawino's quarrel with her husband Ochol in that book or in that text is about the mediating between this conflict between tradition and the modern. Ochol, Lawino's husband, has gotten so fascinated with the modern that he thinks that he can live in the modern as if he does not have a past. Africa in the 1960s was transiting from colonialism to independence, and Song of Lawino presents that interface between the past and the present, between colonialism and independence.
Majaira kujaze kupema, majaira kujaze kupema, majaira kujaze kupema, majaira kujaze kupema, majaira kujaze kupema.
Mwami wange, lwaki onjologa? Lwaki ompeewula weewula? Buli kwekyusa n'onvuma n'onnangira nga we nasikira obusiru bwa ssengange. Tindi kafankunaaye gwe baleka mu kifulukwa nga basenguka. Tindi bisaaniiko bye basuula mu kasasiro. Omwana w'omwami, lwaki tompisanga muntu? Bw'omala awo n'onsekerera, tindi mu buyabuya kubanga simanyi kusoma yadde okuwandiika ennyukuta ya A. Tindi kintuntu kubanga sibatizibwanga. Wabula ovumyenze n'okatagga. Olaba otuuka n'okunfaananya akabwa akato? Mukwano gwange Okyolo, bwe mwazirundanga ne baaba. Kusaba ofuga olulimi lwo kubanga ebigambo ebiruvaamu tebikugwanira. Si gwe agwanidde okuba ng'ojeregebwa mu nnyimba eziyimbibwa ku kyalo. Ennyimba ezo zandibadde zikuwaana buwaanyi. Eby'okunyoma n'okuvvoola abantu n'okuyisa mukyalawo ng'evvu lye baggyeemu omunnyo, osaana obikomye. Oli musajja mukulu, tolinga buno obusajjasajja obulowooza nga bwosa ne butuuka n'okweteeka ku bye butasobola, ng'ekyokukuula ekiryo ky'ensujju bajjajja kye baleka basimbye. Abooluganda, abakulu b'ekika, saba muntaase. Ebivumo by'omwami wange sikyasobola kubigumiikiriza. Okyolo waatandika okuvuma atwaliramu n'abanzaala. Akagambo agamuvaamu gakwasa ensonyi. Agenda n'atuvuma mu Lungereza. Ye ate owange yamala okusoma waliwo ategeera.
It is easy to say the colonial period was just a nightmare. It was. But even as we transit from colonialism to independence, we've learned something from there. Can we tease out something from that and use it to build a new society? Lawino's quarrel with her husband Ochol in that book or in that text is about the mediating between this conflict between tradition and the modern. Ochol, Lawino's husband, has gotten so fascinated with the modern that he thinks that he can live in the modern as if he does not have a past. And Lawino is advocating for us to reflect, not merely to return to the past, but to see where we come from.
Ochol takyaganza bakazi nkola nkadde. Yafunayo omukyalo ow'omulembe. Nalulungi Ochol gwaganza tafuweeta Lungereza aliruka. Kyokka bannange, emirembe gikyuka. Ebbanga ttono emabegakaawo Ochol yanderangako nga nsuna endingidi yange nga bwe nnyimba obuyimba obumuwaana. Twabanga mu ssanyu jjereere. Bwe yayogeranga Olungereza namwenyumirizangamu nnyo. Era emirundi n'emirundi Ochol yansuubiza titali nkyawa ye ate kiriba ki kubanga talina mulala gwe yeesiga era talina kyama kye yeesigaliza. Ochol kati yanneefuulira. Takyaganza bakazi nkola nkadde. Yafunayo omuwala omuto amuli obwongo. Omukyalo ono amannya ge ye Clementina. Nalulungi ono Clementina bange kwafiira. Saana omwerabireko. Yenna alina ekiruubirirwa ki? Kufaanana nga mukazi mu buzungu. Emimwa gya Clementina mimyufu.
yenna akirako omuyaayu ogutobesa emimwa gyagwo mu musaayi era emimwa gye gifaanana ng'ejjute eryakaabika. Tina agenda ne yeekuba bupawuda yenna n'akirako akasolo era n'afaanana ng'omuseze yeeteekateeka okugoba empewo. Evvu Tina lye yeemetta bwe leegattamu akatuyotuyo k'omutuntu olususu lwe ne lumera ebibomboola afaanana enkofu. Busabbuuni Tina bw'anaaba bwonna we mbuunyako mpulira nga njagala kusesema ye ate we bwegattamu bupawuda bwe mpulira nga njagala kuyita bakkojja basaddaako embuzi y'ebibomboola bagyongerere bajjajja ndyoke nfune ku mirembe. Wabula buno bupawuda bw'abagunjufu kirabika bunyumira abantu bansusu mmyufu ow'olusu oluddugavu wabwekuba wanattu yenna afaanana ng'omulwadde. Nalulungi Tina omukazi baze kwafiira endabika ye eyungula ezziga yenna afaanana bulwadde bwereere ne bw'aba atambula yeewalula.
No matter whether we think Song of the Winner was produced in 1960s is outdated, I bet that you are more than wrong. The issues are as pertinent today as they were pertinent in the days past. It is only a matter of reframing the presentation, but the issues are here with us today.
Nze mulabye nneegaanye amazina g'abagwira sigamanyi n'ennyambala yaabwe nayo sigimanyi n'emizannyo gye bazannya nagyo sigitegeera wabula mmanyi amazina gamu era ge neenyumirizaamu ge mazina g'abantu. Mpulira ti abazungu balina amazina ge bayita Lunga bw'ate balina amalala ge bayita Samba. Zago gonna sigamanyi n'okugeegomba sigeegomba. Amazina gamu ge mumanyi geego maama ge yansomesa bwe nali omuto. Maama yansomesa amazina g'abantu bange, amazina amakyoli, era nkuze kutuuka wano sirabangayo mazina malala gagasinga. Yemmwe temwandabanga nga nzina arakaraka wabanga wampinyamu eŋŋoma olwasindogomanga olwobyana biwala ebijuujulu ne biyimuka ne byetala mu mbuga ne bisitula enfuufu nga byonna byeyagala geno we bisoomooza abo ababa babitunuulidde. Nze nali nkulira abaala ku kyalo kyaffe eddaala lino nalituukako kubanga nali mukyamufu nnyo nga siri muntu wakwefefetta nali mugezi nga ndi muyonjo nnyo nga sirina amansonyisonyi ga kisirusiru abaala abamu ge baba nago. Olususu lwange lwali luweweevu na buli kati bw'olutunira nga lwaseekako ezyezi lutemagana naawe n'owuniikirira. Eyo Okyolo gye yansanga mu bangi alyoka ansoye obugambogambo amabere gange gaali ga bikonde nga ntambuza lanyi nga bwe nkuba essinde nti ebbere lyange ne likankana mu kifuba. Natambulanga neeyagala nnyo ng'era ensingo yange bwe ntambula njiyuuya bwenti ne bwenti nga yonna ekirako ekimuli kya leenya ekifuuyiddwako akayoyo k'omutuntu. Bannyinaze banneenyumirizangamu olw'engeri gye natambula neeyagalangamu nga bwe nnyimba obuyimba obugamba nti taata tegeka ekiraalo, taata tegeka ekiraalo, ente zijja. Mu bawala be nnali nkulira tewali yali aneepimamu okulabika obulungi n'okutambuza essingo. Erinnya lyange lyawaawaala ng'ebikondoole mu bantu b'e Payira. Nasulanga entongooli nga bwe nnyimba obuyimba obuwaana ow'omukwano. Okyolo mwami wange, mukwano gwange, kati biki ebyo by'oŋŋamba? Kambabuulire mmwe, omwami ono gwe mulaba njologa bw'ati yajjanga ewa maama mu kasiisira ke buli kiro nga yenna avunnama ng'akaaba agajjulujjulu ng'agamba nti wabula Lawino gwe n'omala oŋŋaana nze nnyiza n'okufa. Yenna ng'alinga akaana akato enjala keeruma naye nga mama ake agaanye okunnyuka okuva ku musiri gw'entongo. Okyolo lwa butajjukira neyajjanga ewaka buli kanaku newankubadde ng'oluusi bannyinaze beekumangamu obutaaka ne bamuligita emigoba nti teyayossaamu n'olunaku leero. Omwami wange munyiivu nnyo kubanga simanyi kukuuma budde ng'abazungu bwe bakola era n'emyaka gyabwe nagyo simanyi kugibala. Agenda n'ambuuza ti mu mwaka mubeeramu emyezi emeka era olumala n'ambuuza ti sabbiiti mmeka ezibeera mu myezi ena. Naye nze ebyo byonna sibimanyi. Asuubira atya nze okumanya sabbiiti ezibeera mu myezi 9. Ocho yaleeta ogusaawe ewaka gwonna gukontola nga laddu bwe ttoko ate olumala ne gukuba ekide. Okusaawa guno Ochola agenda n'agunyoola olwo ne gulyoka gutambula. Naye nze sigunyoolangako yadde n'okugukwatako mpulira nga nkitiira ddala. Ku ssaawa kungulu kuliko ebiwandiiko. Wansi w'ebiwandiiko waliwo oguntu oguleebeeta gwewuba nga gudde eno nga gudde eri nga gwonna gulinga bbiriŋŋanya ali mu muyaga omungi era ne gunzijukiza effumu ly'abaze. Simanyi kubala budde ng'abazungu era n'ebigambo ebiriko nabyo simanyi kubisoma. Wabula essaawa yo njenyumirizaamu nnyo kubanga erabika bulungi era n'abagenyi bwe bajja ngibalaga neeyagala. Olwo nabo ne bagitunuulira nga balina essanyu. Wabula Ochola ye bw'agitunulako engeri gy'abalamu obudde enneewuunyisa. Obuba budde bwa kumakya awo essaawa akasana we kawoomera agamba nti ziba ssaawa 8. Ate bwe bubeera nga bukya awo enkoko we zikookolimira agamba nti ziri ssaawa 5. Wabula buba oba olw'eggulo nga tweteekateeka okugenda okwebaka n'agamba ti ziri ssaawa 11. Ate bwe buba nga buziba awo akasana we kannyukira n'agamba ti ziri ssaawa 7. Wabula bino byonna bwe mbitetenkanya mu bwongo bwange bindeetera kantoolooze ng'abaana abato gwe bafuna nga bazannya emizannyo gy'okwetooloola. Omwami gwe nafumbirwa kati naye yafumbirwa anti kati obudde bwe bumufuga. Buli kiseera abeera ku dduka. Ngenda wano ngenda wali siina budde. Yenna yeemaliramu ddala ekitiibwa. Bw'abeera mu dduka abeera ng'akalenzi akato. Ocho abagenyi bwe bajja ewaka amera emitaafu mu kyenyi. Tabaggulira kuyingira ng'empisa y'ensi weeri nti talina budde. Agenda n'ayimirira mu lyango n'ababuuza nti mbayambe ntya. Ocho buli kwekyusa aba nsekerera kubanga emyezi egiri mu mwaka simanyi mannya gaagyo era n'ennaku ezibeera mu sabbiiti 4 simanyi muwendo gwazo. Olunaku lwa sabbiiti lwe lunaku abagoberezi ba Kristo nze nga mukazi wo bwe twava mu ggi akuzaalira omuggulanda era azaala ne mutabani wo omukulu ne muwala wo omukulu. Nkusaba ekintu kimu bwe kiti si ssente newankubadde nga nnina obwetaavu. Si nnyama nja kusigala nga ndya doodo wabula nkusaba ekintu kimu. Emisanvu gye wateeka mu kkubo erijja ewange nsaba ogiggyemu.
There is a digital revolution taking place, and we are at the very apex of it. How do we mediate this? How do we not get left behind? And in the process of transiting from the world of print to the world of digital, the visual world, What do we bring forward from the past? What do we discard? Do we need to discard? Or do we want to drown into the modern blindly simply because it is called modern? And what kind of modernity are we going to craft meaningfully for ourselves, for our children, and for our children's children? These issues are with us here today, and the sooner we wake up to them, the better.
Indépendance, cha-cha, tozumiye. Oti kwanza, cha-cha, tubakidi. Otableron, cha-cha, baganyeo. Oni panda, cha-cha, tozumiye. Indépendance, cha-cha, tozumiye. Oti kwanza, cha-cha, tubakidi. Otableron, cha-cha, baganyeo. Oni panda, cha-cha, tozumiye.
Kamaliro Kala, you can see it there in Lumasava. And I think I'll let you know more about it as we launch it today. But it's really a great book.
Talking about translation, I'm going to use my personal experience to talk about translation and how it speaks to me, especially translating African literature. It's only translated works that influence the kind of a person that I am today. It influenced my faith. It's through the Bible.
More so, how could we assimilate some of the traits that colonialism has given us, and not forgetting our African roots as well. So it was my, I don't think that was my most recent adaptation. The most recent one was Rabbit on the Pulpit that I produced into a play at the National Theatre 3 months ago. And then the one I was supposed to do, that for political reasons I got locked up for 2 days, quarantined, which was about examining the government's response to the COVID pandemic, an adaptation of Professor Jimmy Speyer's book, Quarantined. That has been my journey in regards to adaptation, and hope to do more literary works with that.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On this topic of adaptation, I am actually undertaking a production now. I'm going around schools. I mentioned it here during my presentation yesterday that I'm having an adaptation of Things Fall Apart, and I've actually been to this university. I've been to Makerere University, third-year literature students with an adaptation of Things Fall Apart. Then I'm also going to schools with an adaptation of Things Fall Apart. I'm going to secondary schools, and it's to engage the candidate classes because it's a UCE textbook for the next maybe 3, 4, 5 years. Yeah. And maybe just a sneak peek of what I do. I'm going to make a 2-minute adaptation of the adaptation of Things Fall Apart that I do. Here we go. Okonko was well known.
Do you mind if we could do it later for the interest of time, if you don't mind? 2 minutes might be too much for us. You know. No, but we could do it later if we could. Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to, for us to get the picture of how the practice of translation is happening, first of all, across how people are speaking here, the different experiences. And it's interesting that some of these, the need to adapt and translate some of these very familiar texts speaks to the fact that also these texts, for them to travel, they need to be given different media, put in different language. The question of language is very important. That Song of Lawino is a text that should be familiar to us, but if you don't read English, you might not access it. So if it is translated into Luganda, that's a plus for the Luganda audience. But what about the Luganda audience that does not have the privilege to read, also to buy, or even the luxury of reading? That's also a very elitist experience. The fact that you can find time to read, or the environment to read. If, for example, you're a village woman who has to carry a child on the back, and what about if it is adapted into radio? So it's interesting that even supposedly familiar texts it is important that they're also translated to give them more visibility. And that I would like to nudge. I don't know why the people put the word decoloniality here. But I think the sense here comes, how does that help us in the struggle? This is now a new buzzword, to decolonize the literary itself. This is a continuous struggle. And even translation, if translation is not enough, what about that intermediality, or turning it into different media? I'm sure this video, Okello, would travel faster than Umulanga Gwalawino. You might disagree with me. In Umulanga Gwalawino, in text, in the book, may be accessible to many people. So how would you link that to, the idea of language and also the effort to decolonize cultural production?
Very quickly, and I know we don't have a lot of time. The coloniality is very much in the air now, but what does it also? I think for me, really, it is about what I call mediating. If it is simply about throwing away the past and embracing the present or the future we are trying to make, it doesn't work. There's been contact between worlds, peoples, between self and self. Even in myself, there's a lot of debate taking place all the time. But having had that debate, how do I express myself to somebody else? There must be a vehicle. That vehicle could be media. And what media? The written form has done us a lot of great job, but it has also come with its own package and assumptions, some of which have not been very kind to us. But that's not to say we are going to get rid of the written. But I think the written is a vehicle. It is now allowed Okello Wang to meet with somebody, and through that there is a relationship. Don't ask me where it is going, and I don't mean to stretch it beyond what you are thinking. I know what you are thinking. But we have met here. We're meeting at Kyambogo University. There is a whole lot of worlds that are now possible. I didn't know that I was going to meet you from Cambridge. I don't know where you stay in Cambridge. Cambridge is a cold place for me, but anyway, that's another story. I think many worlds begin to open. And my friend, I'll call her friend, I'm sure she's not going to deny. Tina Steiner is there. So there's Tina and there's Lawino here. So there's also another angle at which these things happen. I think when people meet, even adversaries, there's always some room for possibilities of furthering that relationship between antagonism. Not that I cherish antagonism, but that I recognize it, that as a reality, how do we work this out to bring people together as much as possible?
Oh, thank you so much. I mean, what you talk about, mediation of conversations, and also how it opens up possibilities. I did not know that you I mean, a lot could come out, and I would like to come to you, Segawa, if I may. From the text that you performed, if I could retranslate, and maybe this is a question that could go to Chiimba himself, if you could retranslate it into English, and then you would get a whole different text. And it excited me about how you felt you were mediating this text to a different audience, not just a different language, but a language that has its own register and idiom of thought, and how you can capture that. Sometimes you twist word, you're not just translating word by word. And sometimes in translation studies, for those who people always have this debate between authenticity, fidelity versus creative agency of the translator. And so how do you think really that helps the text to be more, I don't know, does it help it to be more accessible? Or what was your thinking when you were performing this text? I'm kind of assuming you probably read the Song of Lawino in English before you read the translation. Thank you.
How old is the Luganda translation? I think it's about 4 or 5 years. Yeah. Yes, yeah, and I read the English version, I think in my high school. It was some years ago. I think, what was
like the way the words used in the translation, the Luganda translation, but the fact that they're somewhat different and they are trying to target a particular idiom of expression in the Ganda community, how jokes are made, how the imagery changes a bit. And when you yourself, the performer, was putting in, I would think an actually performer would do it differently, because the audience would be there. So I'm asking a question about audience and more also into accessibility, and also I don't know if I'm trying to beat this into a neat, translation is a very good thing and adaptation is a very good thing. I don't know if I'm doing that, but just comment, what were your thoughts when you were performing this text, given that you knew there were many dynamics changing here? Yeah.
As a Muganda, I was very pleased with this translation, and I was very honored to be picked by Professor and his team to be part of this project. So for me, what I was thinking, okay, so my grandmother, okay, she's now passed, but by the time we were filming this show, still, I was like, how can this story reach my grandmother? She didn't know how to read, she didn't know how to write. So I was thinking about her because she's a very strong woman. She's kind of opinionated. So I thought when I was, that story, her story related to Lawino's story to a certain extent. So if she would have been able, I'm looking at an audience that can't read, but translating that from Luganda to an audio, to a visual art, I think could give other people like my grandmother access to occult Pabtek's work, because before it was translated into Luganda and before I was part of the project that transitioned it from written art to visual art, I don't think my grandmother or people like her would have been able to enjoy the beautiful works of. So translations, I think, widen access, whether from one language to another or from one art form to another art form. I think it widens audience reach and access to people can access.
Thank you. You'll forgive me, the audience, for overbeating this thing of Song of Lawino, because it's because it's the one which ushered us into the. But this is the last question on Song of Lawino, and I'm addressing it to Lucy. What dynamics am I? I'm sorry if it is preempting what you've written, but what was the thought process in you translating it into Luma Saba? Yeah, and what was going on when you were doing the translation, and what were some of the dynamics, and also how is it moving beyond what it is now in the book that we are about to launch?
Thank you. That's a good question. Well, we are talking about decoloniality. I look at it as someone in the diaspora, and when you are out there, you carry some kind of image which is different from Rio. If I may quote here from Taban, he actually mentioned something about culture here, that a racially and culturally mixed person is the universal man. So it seems when you stay or you connect with people outside, especially if you are there, you find you are not yourself. You are lost. So I don't look at Song of Lawino just from the perspective of literature. I look at it at a cultural point of view, and I saw that actually we are losing our culture. People now behave differently. Some even don't know their mother tongue. There's that inferiority complex. When you are outside, you meet somebody, the person pretends even to put on an accent and behaves like a white person, whatever, forgetting even about all the information which is supposed to help us, the heritage, you see. Like this book is full of that. And that is what really prompted me to feel I need to put this on record. And the fact that I'm even also a historian, there's plenty of in this book, besides what we talk about. You know, for example, what the very first, let me call it chapter, because we call them chapter in Lumasabe Siyuyu, that is to do with family life. That is abuse, position of women in society, like what he said. We need to mediate there, the women of those days and the women of today. Then we move on, you know, like there's this verse on, chapter on, you cannot really make a giraffe be a monkey. So however much you pretend, however much you act, you cannot change. All you do is you have conflicts within you. And I'm releasing that conflict I had after encountering, actually I should say cultural shock, such that even my name changed. I have a certificate written Lenyalo in Setswana. Now I don't know whether it's me because I'm Lenyalo. So you find you are a different person altogether. And when I was working with the Islamic seminaries in Kilimanjaro region, they hesitated to call me Lucy. They were using Sophia. So I identified with Islam. Now I don't know whether I should take Sophia or Sophie or Lucy or Linyalo. And to make matters worse, when I'm here, if you look at your program there, you will even find that my name is misspelled. It's Munyoro, as if I'm a Munyoro. I'm Lunyolo. So all those, all this was just a matter of, let me call it like a tour, you know. And I'm touring because I got invited to the Women in Freedom Summit, which I attended, and I wish to adapt this book to freedom. And I'm already working on the drama part. I'm sure I'm going to work with these colleagues here very, very well. I've attended his shows on Song of Lawino. So for me, I'm there to make sure that I serve my people and out of passion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think when we misspell your name and give you other names, we are translating your. We are translating. Sorry about that. I think I'd like to go to the second Okello on the. I'm now warned I should avoid the Alan. Yeah? Forgive me for using at the start. I was not aware that there was that change, and I just wanted to know, as you are dealing with, I'm more interested now in people who are dealing with contemporary texts, like you talked about Spire and the thing you had. I'm thinking, you as a producer, even if you went to texts as old as, I don't think it's so old, but in the period of Song of Lawina and Things Fall Apart, do you find that what is your position, especially you as someone who may have this multimedia literacy that may bridge the gap between some writers who may be very good writers, but it becomes, publishers, but it becomes, maybe they don't have that savviness for the stage, for new media, for making, for working in studios. I'd like you to give us a sense of what things that exist and things that could be done in the Ugandan landscape, based on your experience in the theatrical production and the film productions.
I think I'll base my response on the work I did. Song of Lawino. I'm Lango, and I remember when I was reached out to oversee the production of this book. I had my reservations. Number one was, this was a book that was rich in culture. It was, because Okot Pabitek is an Acholi. And if you read the original book, which is Where Palawino, you realize that the English translation lost some of what Okot talks about in Where Palawino. So here I am being called a person who has grown up with Baganda to oversee a production that has to bring out a rich history of the Luo culture. I had to dig and immerse myself into reading and researching more about the Luo culture. For those that were able or privileged to come and watch, because it was a 3-day production that happened at the Uganda National Culture Center. For those that have the privilege to come and watch it, they can attest to the rich history of culture that was at display. From the language that was spoken, to the dress code, to the dances, to the riddles, to the poetry. So for people that are trying to adapt some of these oral literature or contemporary African books for theater or for film, number one is they need to do justice to the creativity of the original writers. Most times we want to see things through our own lenses as a producer. You know what? This is what I see, this is what I think is best, but we forget the fundamentals. We forget some of the basics. And by the time you put out a piece of work or a piece of art out, you realize that for people that are probably going to do research or analyze this work or criticize this work from a foundation of African point or perspective, they're like, now, what comparisons can I draw? What can I pick out? So it's just to us, especially us who have taken on this, a goal to try to, tell these stories through film, through theater, that let us do justice to some of these books. Let us do research. Let us not just look at the commercial purpose of it, but let us look at being authentic with these works being out there. If this is how someone, the writer depicted something, let us not try to go astray from that. I mean, it's something you see a lot, especially with the adaptations that are happening nowadays at movies, that we lose that, especially those that talk about African culture. They lose that. They lose that. I don't think there is any African work or film or movie or play out there that is probably in the Western world that a person can criticize or analyze in trying to understand our culture as we Africans.
Okay, and I also would like to, this is a question for, it could go to you, Dre, but I just had, before I ask the one which I'm picking from him is, tell us more, you were saying something that I stopped you from doing for the interest of time, but I would like you to tell us the experience you have working in schools where literary texts are really seen as, it's more like you're going to church to read the Bible and you're preparing for a catechism class and you have to profess whatever the teacher has told you, and now you're giving them a different experience in these adaptations and translations and blah, 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 blah. I don't know how it happens. What is the experience of the students and the teachers and the people in the schools and universities, and how, what do you think about it? Yeah.
So now this is what I think about. Am I clear enough? Yeah. Now this is what I think about it. There is something about the power of performance. Believe me, in all the schools I've taken this production, they have asked me to go back, and yet it's a, you know, like you say, it's a school text. You're going to sit for exams, read, and it's almost like exactly how you put it. But when you perform it, there's this school in northern Uganda. In the last 3 months, I've been back there 4 times. Kyambogo University has asked me to come back. I think when they finish the exams, yeah, I should come back. Macquarie University wants me to go back. There's something about performance. I don't know whether students are lazy readers, and so when you summarize the text, because I put in work. I put in work in the production I do. I do it word for word. Not the entire book, of course, but sections of the book. Sections, huge sections of the book that lead to something. Maybe the theme, why the name, the things fall apart and things like that. Vital sections of the book. And there's something about it that they always ask me to come back. Initially, they say, oh, we were trying to squeeze time for you. Okay. Once I do it once, I start getting calls from them. So I think it's very, very successful. I'm enjoying the adaptation thing.
Do they like it because it's entertaining, educating, or is there a different mode of engagement with the text when you perform a novel, for example?
It's both. It's both. Oh. Because it's entertaining and then it's also engaging. You're going through a monologue of this whole chapter, and then you engage the students. The teachers come in. It's that. Yeah, they like it because it's engaging and it's entertaining as well. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd like to come back this way. I want you to comment on. I think I'm avoiding to say Alan. Okello said talked about the thing of money and just put aside, but it's a thing, the adaptation always has to take into account the economy of producing cultural products and circulating them. I don't know, what was your experience? I think the three of you can tell me about the thing of money and literature and now in adapted media, and how you deal with the marketability of a product, whether you want to market it. Sometimes you need the money to sustain an industry so as to meet the objectives of letting literary work circulate more. Thank you. Please take it on from.
That economy is not just monetary, it can also be existential. It can be literary and cultural. None of them is independent of the other. Obviously, to produce these works, there is some financial economy involved, and it would seem like technology, as I keep saying and you've heard, to a great degree has come to our side. These days everybody is a cameraman or a camera woman. once upon a time there was only one camera in the village. Now there are so many camera people, and so many things are being done with them. Some of them are not very pleasant, but there they are. What are we doing with them? And I like to think that at this stage where we are, what they're doing, what I'm doing is at a very young age, if I may put it that way. And there are a lot of mistakes along the route we're making. If we are shy about making these mistakes, we'll never move an inch ahead. But we must be willing to learn that we are talking to people. We're not talking merely to ourselves. And in order to talk to people, we're trying to persuade them to see what we think is good or important. And for me, that is the way to go. It is like saying, I don't want to be part of social media. But even saying that, you're already part of it. Because otherwise, why would you be talking about it? You're in it. You cannot be outside it when you are saying, I don't want to be in it when I'm in it.
Yeah, the issue of money, thanks for the question. The issue of money is crucial. I remember raising that issue some time back in several workshops I've attended. I said, well, I'm doing a good job, but how will I survive, to sustain this? Because I want to help my people. And that is basically the reason. I found Lumasaba is not well documented, and I discovered that, well, through this book, I think I could reconnect my past. That is, like following the pumpkin, the one I mentioned earlier. So now, through different organizations, I've gotten wind of the fact that we could start something where we could raise something. And that's what I feel. I think even the minister last time talked about it. In fact, before I came here for this conference, I was called for the consultative meeting with UNESCO regarding culture. And I knew it is about this book, and they were talking about assisting us. So I'm looking forward that for us to grow and make it happen, because I have the skills. I could do anything with this book, because I find it's one of those books which you can narrate to primary school, secondary, all the way to university. It is a poem, it's a story, it's a lot of things. Yeah.
Okay, I could, anyone of you who would like to, the reason I'm asking the question of money, it's really about the marketability of the product, also the tech literacy. The other people doing adaptations, the real commercial arts people, whether they're in music or it's Pearl Magic film producers, how can we match up to them? Because they're selling their movies. And for us, we have this rich resource, we have this rich investment. How do we make it market savvy to the wider popular audience and still retain the value of the original, the source text? While you don't have to bring the source text completely, but bring some of it, some substantial, some of it, amount of it, or repackage it in ways that can compete with popular media. I think that's where my question was leading, and if you could take it from there.
Money is very vital. Let's be honest with that. Money is very vital in regards to production works. I mean, we have seen movies, we have seen plays. Let me probably bring it a little bit closer. There is a play on one of the local TV stations in Uganda. It's called Sanyu. It's a very powerful. It's a local play in the local language, but a lot of people pay or watch it, pay attention to it. A reason being, the people that came out to try to work on this craft or art were, first of all, people who knew or who had invested their time in understanding a storyline they wanted to put out. Secondly, when they reached out to partners, because I think MultiChoice kind of invested into this project, they didn't have this thing of, will it be? No. They saw the value of this work. I mean, they saw the value of the story these guys had worked on. Now, here's the gist. We are having people who want to adapt or adopt African plays into African books or literature into plays and movies. And to them, they're like, you know what? Let's sell this story out. Let's do a production. Let's invest in money. I mean, when you realize that most of these plays don't go beyond the borders of Africa, they are within our confines. Why? We have been reduced to a lot of substandard work as long as it's about us. But does it compete on the international market? Absolutely not. It doesn't. I mean, I would bet someone here $100 if you could tell me one African story or movie that has been put out in the international market and it has drawn attention. Oh, no, I mean, let's talk about beyond the borders of Africa.
I mean, it looks like
the Chimamanda's book. Half of a Yellow Sun. No, I mean, it's an adaptation. It was an adaptation. Huh?
Okay. Okay.
We shall have a Q&A later. But what I'm trying to say, we have done some of this, we have seen some of these adaptations over time, but there are very few you can pick out that you could say are able to compete. So we need to find a merger, or we need to find a bridge whereby if we are going to adapt something probably into a play or movie, we're talking about the aspect of money. Let us not just dash out money to people simply because he has a story to tell. Let us dash out money to people that have immersed themselves in understanding this.
Okay, thank you. I think he's making an important point about when we translate this, what do we take, how to transform it into something that is, because we are addressing a different audience, slightly different audience. You're trying to pull, because I've seen like Woman King, it's based on some oral traditions in West Africa, and then we have the Wakanda, whatever. So there are those, but what is Hollywood doing? We might quarrel about the
just a minute.
What is Hollywood doing that you want to do?
If you look about, I think I was having this discussion with a friend yesterday about the movie Wakanda, and I was like, if I was a movie critic, I think I would be the worst, because I didn't see anything African in that movie.
No, I'm just saying
it was a comic. Something most people did. Something most people didn't get.
I don't want to get into the debate, but the question I was saying is, like, you don't have to, I think adaptation, like we said, you're giving something a new life, addressing it in a new register, and if you're going to the entertainment, I mean, somehow, if you watch Woman King, you're pulled to go to the oral sources and you access the text because the film has led you there. If I watch, what was that thing where there was Wakanda? What was the actual title? The Black Panther. I may go to look for the source text. I mean, something like that. You don't have to produce the thing the way it is. And I was going there. Make one last comment. The audience, I know you've been waiting so much. And I think we still have like 15 minutes. Jacob allowed us an extra 10 minutes past 4. Yeah, so make one last comment and then the audience talks to us about, I'm sure there are interesting ideas from there.
Okay, for mine is a first of its kind, I believe. So the money I get out of my production is through schools. Yeah, and when I do the northern schools, they have a sponsor on board. So they want me to keep on taking the production there. They want me and my team to keep on taking the production there, When I first brought it to Kyambogo University, my friend, Madame Akite, I don't know whether she's here in the audience, she said, we shall give you transport, come bring it to my literature class, you'll generate conversation. We are talking about things fall apart, and I think that's something Conrad and so when I brought it here, it wasn't so much about the money. I was advertising my show out there. But now that they want me back, they're going to pay, they have to pay. And then Makerere University gave me some money. Then the schools gave me some money for the production. So the monetary thing, yeah, I get, because it's a first of its kind.
Yeah, well, thank you. As we move to the audience, by money, I really wanted it to come from the people, not from sponsors, not from schools, not from the BASA, but from the people. The audience must be interested in our things and they want to buy them. And adaptation, where does it take us? A few questions. 3? Okay. I'll take, I think this was the first hand, the second, and then, can I do 4? The first hand is here, the second is here. Can I do 4? Allow me 4. So the 2 hands there and the 2 hands here. Then we go with that. Thank you. And please do not disguise small speeches into the question. Yeah?
Please.
All right. So.
Yes. Thank you very much for this beautiful discussion. And I actually got interested in it because this semester at my university where I'm doing my PhD, we were looking at this course. And I was assigned a text to critique. This was Leo Tolstoy's novel, Anna Karenina. Hope most of you have read it. So I developed kind of a topic around it, exploring the cross-cultural impact of Leo Tolstoy's Anna Karenina through another translator called Garnett, Constance Garnett. So I looked at Constance Garnett's translation, and because it was the second translation, the first one by Dole was in 1897, the second one was in 1901. And then, because they had all left out some pieces, they had, as one of you identified that you cannot take on everything from the original text. So I had to pick on the second, the third, the most recent one, Marsha Gayson of 2014 publication of Anna Karenina. So this is what I found out. In that analysis, I explored the novel's reception and profound influence of Garnett's translation. My question is coming after that one.
Could you
shedding
ask the
light
question now,
on how
if you don't
this
mind?
rendition contributed to the novels. So I'm asking a question that how did Professor in the Song of Lawino in Luganda version and probably the new translation, what language did you say?
Lumasaba.
Lumasaba. How did you go about the translation in relation to the 3 principles: fidelity to the text, translating cultural nuances and maintaining style and tone? And how did you go, the 3, and maintaining style
Okay,
and tone?
thank you.
Thank
Next
you.
question. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Could you please say your name? When they are trying to respond, they may want to refer to the person who
I
asked
am
the question.
Pastor Joy Ochuo.
All right, thank you.
Just to get to the point, looking at Song of Lawino, the first title was Where Palawino. Then the English translation says Song of Lawino. The Luganda translation is now saying Omulanga. Why not? Yeah, why not Oluyimba? So as the translations go on, is the perception not changing?
Sure.
By the time the Japadola come in, it may be something else, and it will be something
Sure.
different.
There's
Thank
even
you.
someone who took issue with Okot himself and even wrote a different translation of Wolpalawina. So I think people will. We've had the gentleman with the cape and then Julius.
Sorry. So I wanted to react. It's a very short comment. We wanted to make, because because you said the people should vote, it should be, you as a moderator, you said the people should finance the movies, right?
There should be an organic market, not
so
donors.
Coming to an organic market in Uganda, we, with a friend, we wanted to show the movies of, I have a car, we wanted to take a projector and just drive through Uganda and show the movies of Sembene, right? To get to know people. And then we actually found out, I had a friend who actually, like somebody I know, actually not a friend, and I asked him, he did it already, and he gave up doing it, because if you want to show a foreign produced movie in Uganda, then you have to pay $150 per screening. So I just like referring to your comment that people should be able to finance those high culture movies, but how are we going to see them in Uganda and emphasize like good African movie culture if we are not even able to project to show them? Just a comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Then I know many people would like to ask questions, but the MCs have really told me to take 3. I asked for 1 extra. If I ask for another, they will kill me.
Thanks a lot, Deus. Sorry, I first called you Ivan. I was mixing up names. Now, I'm going to make a comment, ask a question, and then provide an answer, if I'm allowed. Now, I'm directing this as particularly to Nachisanzi and Odongo Kelo. Translation, I don't see translation simply as mediation. I see it as also as symbiosis. You are bringing, for example, I happen to have read Song of Lawino in its original form, Where Palawino. You know, I speak a raw language, I'm from Lango. And there is, you know, that rhythm that you actually cannot translate, so to speak, into another language. But then when you bring, you know, the 2 languages together, English and Acholi, they enrich each other. So now when you translate the English, which is actually Acholiized English, into Luganda, there is mutual enrichment in terms of culture, in terms of language. Yeah, so I wanted us to look at Song of Lawino, Where Palawino, Umolanga, Kwalawino, that way. So I'm just wondering whether you agree with me or not.
Okay.
Now, the answer, the response, there is, I didn't quite catch her name, the lady who said, look, we have Where Palawino, Where is Song, and then Song of Lawino, and then we have Omolanga Gwalawino. Fortunately, at the time that book was published, I was working at Fountain Publishers, which is actually the publishing house that brought out that book. We discussed it. Professor Chimba said, look, that song sounds more like lamentation. So that's why he chose Omolanga. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think there were basically the 3 questions were asking about the balance between fidelity and the adaptability of the text to different circuits of value in the audience, different audiences, and what different audiences do. I think most of the 3 questions. Then there was one about, you know, the economy, and so please, I think they were not directed to one person in particular, so just take it up. Jacob, how many minutes do we have? How many? Just tell us the minutes. 4 minutes. So we have 4 minutes. Quick, chop.
Okay, I'm going to respond to Julius's question on the translation, and I think I agree with you if I understood you. Translations, I've heard from friends who speak Acholi, and they say the same thing as you say, and they say that somehow the original language in which the text was written, that text is richer than the English translation. And when you even, because I was able to read the English translation than before I read that Luganda translation, and there are some words that I think this is where the case of morality comes in, because there are some words, strong words that a person from our culture would find derogatory, and they're in English, but when you read them in Luganda, I think he takes the license, Chimba, to kind of water down, if that's the right word to use, that language. So because I believe in his mind, he thought this would read vulgar. And as an academia, perhaps who has hopes to have this book, this Luganda version, introduced in the curriculum, he wouldn't want to use such scandalous words. So I think it was safe for him to water down and make it a little bit not as, in my opinion, as great as the English version, but not even closer to the.
So there are many considerations that translate that text into. So 1 minute, 1 minute, and then we close this up.
I think I'll respond to Joy first. If you read the book, and you are saying why is it code named Omulanga Gwalawino, this is an African woman's lamentations about the cultural death of her husband. So I mean, if I'm to understand Luganda well, Omulanga is like what? Is she wailing? Is she lamenting? Pretty much something like that. So I mean, to go back to Julius, I mean, if you read Where Palawino and you try to understand the context in which this book was written, personally, first of all, I read Song of Lawino first, and the first thing that I had in my mind was Lawino is a victim. You know, she's being victimized because the husband has got Clementine. She's educated. She's trying to, look like the white women and stuff like that. Right. But if you understand the Choli culture and you read the context into which this book was written, you get to realize that Lawina is actually an African woman who knows her position in the home. Because at the end of the book, one of the things she tells Ochol is, remove this roadblock in my way, and she agrees to share husband with who? With Clementine. So the culture and the context really matters when we are trying to understand African.
Thank you. Sorry for holding you there. Do you want to say something? So we will have Okello and then Lucy. Then we'll finish it up.
I think Taban Loliyong somewhere puts it best that Okot Papitek must be a happy man. The more translations of his work, the better. No one of them, well, it's a matter of taste then. This is a very sign that whatever it is that Okot was persecuting or prosecuting is working. That it is now moving across languages and cultures, and there are many debates, and the more debates, the better. It means Okot is continually engaging us in his afterlife. Thank you.
Thank you. And Lucy, you have the last word. No, I think the question was about the balance between the faithfulness with the original text and then your own creativity. Say something, whatever you want to say about that.
No, I wanted to talk about translation. In my book there, translation, I've cited Nidia's translation model because there are different types. Now, all I did was to make sure that I keep the structure simple and using stylistics, like what she said, because it's a poem.
days and 7 nights. The drums beat, the flute sang, and the spectators held their breath. Amalise was a wily craftsman, but Okonkwo was asleep as a fish in water. Every nerve and every muscle stood out on their backs, on their thighs, and their legs, and one almost had them stretching to a breaking point. In the end, Okonkwo threw down the cat. That was many years, 20 years or so. And during this time, Okonkwo's fame has grown like a bushfire harmattan. He was big and huge. He had bushy eyebrows and a wide nose, which gave him a very severe look. He breathed heavily, and it was said that when he slept, his wives and children could hear him breathe in their outer houses. When he walked, his heels hardly touched the ground, and he seemed to walk on springs, as if he was about to pounce on somebody. He did pounce on people quite often, and he had a slight stammer. Whenever he was angry and could not get out his words fast enough, he used his fists. He had no patience with unsuccessful men. He had no patience with his father. Unoka, for that was his father's name, had died 10 years ago. During his day, he was lazy and improvident and quite incapable of thinking about tomorrow. If any money came his way, he immediately brought gallons of palm wine, gathered neighbors around to make merry. He always said, whenever he saw the mouth of a dead man, he saw the fall of one not eating what one had in one's lifetime. Unoka was called a debtor, and he owed every neighbor some money, from a few calories to quite a substantial amount. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Hey, hello. Dre just reminds me of a group, a women's group on WhatsApp who are mourning for Konko, and I was wondering, this was a novel we had looked at many years ago, over 20 years ago, and they were mourning for Konko because they felt that he was so masculine and ended up being emasculated by his actions and being sent into exile. And they were like, oh, Okonko, and they were still mourning for him. So, yeah, so that was great. And we are now moving towards the close of today, of this conference, which has been wonderful. And I hope we are taking all the messages back home and we know exactly where we are going to position our African literature. But at this point, I would like to call upon Dr. Fadre. He had a brief announcement. Yes, brief.
Thank you so much. I'm grateful for this opportunity given to me. Please, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite us to a conference that is holding in my university, organized by Literary Society of Nigeria, LSN. The theme of the conference is African Diasporic Literature and Theme. The conference will hold between Tuesday 5th to Friday 8th March 2024. We are still accepting abstract, and I've already sent the flyer to FemRight so that they can distribute it across board. And lastly, I'm sorry, when I was making my presentation, I didn't honor enough Professor Ajulu, who I also benefited from work, Professor Ani Ajulu Okungu. So I'm very sorry for that. Please, I celebrate you, ma. Thank you.
So we've heard, and we should continue. At this moment, I want to put our eyes on the screen. This is why we are here. The systems operators and okay. So this is
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
This is each of you, and then we shall move to the next step. So we shall start with we shall start with Dr. Helen. Move to Lucy. Someone is missing. Anyway, by the time we reach, I guess maybe okay, Professor is here. So let's start. Just a brief insight into your work. I know you had talked a bit about it, and I'm still thinking of Bernard, but not in the way you are thinking, in a different way.
Thanks very much. I'm very honoured to have this opportunity through FemRights, particularly Hilda and Fortunate, to launch my book. Nalile's travels and adventures writing for survivors in Africa. It's only my second piece of creative writing, as I spent years doing academic writing. The book describes my autobiography from my early years to my last but one birthday when I was 21 again. And I met Fem Wright when I was doing my PhD. We worked with Women's International Peace Centre, which Ruth Ojamba Chang, who you're going to hear from soon, previously directed, as well as the Autonomous University of Barcelona. I recently discovered, when Fem Wright only a few days ago gave me a hard copy of another book, Invisible Traumas, that we had published chapters in the same book. So a key message of my autobiography is that good relationships are the key that has enabled me to have fun adventures and facilitate the good work of women human rights defenders, survivors, peace builders, and refugees internationally, particularly on the Ugandan and Africa continent. So I celebrate the power of the pen. I hope my book is of interest to you and gives some insights into overcoming the challenges of life and the importance of never giving up. And I want to thank in advance my great friends and colleagues for coming to this session, in particular to my good friends and colleagues Ruth Ojamba Chang and Dr. Penelope Clamp for their support through the ups and downs of my life. I was saying a few words today, working together to try and make a difference and for having fun and adventures. Thank you very much. I'm happy to sign the book.
Lucy? I'm not hearing the cheers. After that,
I would like to thank all of you here for the attendance, as this book is going to be launched. And I want to just highlight some of the issues which were raised in this book. One of the main title, Kamaliro Kalawino, it is basically talking about the struggle between Africans who are committed to the preservation of their culture and those who really want to just copy maybe whites or whoever forever. As I said earlier, as people move, like maybe you go out, you forget where you come from. So you are just taken by wind and you go by that. That is the main issue in this book. And the title itself, of course, is used symbolically. It reflects the struggle between the traumatic experience of those who encounter new ventures, and then, of course, as a human being, you always have a conflict within yourself. So in the end, you actually end up struggling within yourself. And as we celebrate Guran's success, his life and works, I actually follow him somehow, because he is someone who is a mixed person, and I can imagine the struggles he goes through, because he has to adapt to a particular situation. And that's why sometimes when he uses ellipses, when he writes and leaves you in suspense, it's because he doesn't have specific answers. He doesn't have the statistics. He meets an Arab, maybe merchant for some time. He goes to maybe to UK and settles there. He has also grabbed that one, the type of culture that side. So he's just on the run. But in the end, if you compare him with yourself, you may find that he's more of a universal man. As I quote from Lilong's words, he says, African culture is to be a synthesis and a metamorphosis. The order of things to come, it assimilates and it disseminates, it picks, it grabs, it carries on. So as you move, as you interact, that is it. It's like wind, you are carried away. And those who have read Rubadiri's work, David Rubadiri, African Thunderstorm, that is exactly how it is. So that is what I can say about this book. And of course there are many themes, but what is most interesting is the culture. All of you here, if you want to find out about African culture and all other issues before colonialism, after colonialism, and today, you'll be shocked that everything is covered. That's what I found in this book. Thank you.
We'll hear from Professor.
Good evening. I don't have much to say about this book. But let me say, I wrote this book while working at Kabale University in Western Uganda. And I stayed in Kabale for 4 months. And that is the 4 months were spent writing this book. So you'll find a lot of those, Ugandan food, Ugandan names, Ugandan elements in the novel. The publisher did the first run of this book of about 2,000 copies. And they were sold out in 1 week. So I wondered why. Then I realized it was the title. They were talking about morning glory, but the other morning, not morning, this one. I don't know what to say about that, but I believe that it is a good story and you will enjoy it. Thank you very much.
And I guess I was standing in for Narsur Chaban, so we'll hear from him.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a teacher and teacher of English language and literature in English, and I'm always confused by my different learners. At this time, some of them greet me using good evening, others say good afternoon, so I'll use what's near. So take good afternoon. I'm very honored to be part of this group. I'm not sure if I'm shivering because I'm seated next to a professor. One thing I know about professors, they do not speak a lot. And he said whatever he was saying in less than 2 minutes. Thank you for leaving all that time to me. Now, I'm representing Nasul Tabano El Tablaz, but I'm part of the bigger group he was supposed to represent, academics in poetry. We are a group of 44 teachers of English language, but 29 of us came up together echoes. It's taken from the poems of one of our colleagues, Taeva Emmanuel. And the motivation of this whole anthology is varied. Of course, it sits right in the whole theme, the future of African literature. You see, in Africa, literature is an endangered species. There is a systematic and systemic effort to annihilate literature. And when we sat in our different homes in 2020, during the long COVID-19 lockdowns, people wallowed in different ways. And our own way of wallowing was to fight back against the deliberate effort of the political forces to annihilate literature. We had a long debate on one of the WhatsApp groups, Literature and English Forum, when the powers that be belittled Shakespeare when the island floated. And we thought we must produce a tour de force to hit back at such disrespect to literature. I'm not angry, but you will find some bit of anger in some of our poems, a lot of frustration. Well, Abdulrazak Gane writes Admiring Silence. Very attractive title. But when you read the book, it tears your heart. When you wrote this book, we wanted you to get your heart stone. See, the emptiness of the new forms of literature these days, especially film and music, is something also that we had to hit back at. Yes, you listen to a song, it's 4-5 minutes, very beautiful instruments, but the lyrics are empty. So we thought we could write something that you would listen to, or you would read, whatever way you wanted to turn this poetry into. For example, Valentine's Day is 3-4 months away. When you read Nalvega Patricia's Contours for Valentine, you will be carried away, and you will not need to go out there to spend your money and some hangout place, hangout. You sit home and enjoy this literature. So, ladies and gentlemen, for us, 29 of us coming up and writing this anthology, which we had structured in, we wanted to structure in so many ways, including our different local languages, but we thought that should be another project. Only one of us did that, Jesse Sendaula. But when we came up with this whole thing, we had several ideas in mind, hitting back at that systemic annihilation of literature. Then we thought we would have a breath of fresh air in our literature classes. We've all of you that are students of literature and have been students of literature in the Ugandan system, you've read 4 anthologies, and we thought we should have a new anthology sometime to come. So as I wind up, I want to give you an insight. Many times writers skirt around the inside of their book because I don't know if it's a marketing ploy, but they'll always say something to make you want to buy the book. And talking about buying books, that is something that we really should have a conference on. But if you do read this book, you think of this small piece that I wrote, and this small piece will give you a full view of the whole book. You see, I very nearly started this presentation without greeting you, owing to my obsession with one of my poems, How Not to Greet Your Mother. But then Ahumuza's sons flashed in my mind, reminding me that although I am a poor boy child, like Muhindo always says, I was lucky enough to have had my parents who nurtured me well, guarding me from being spoken to by a Ruswaza's vampire. My parents shielded me from the hypocrisy that I emotionally speak of investments for eyes to eat. Yes, I admit I'm a coward. Otherwise, the drone that Ngise writes of would already have picked me. Coward I may be, but luck follows me everywhere. My parents could not let Kule write about me in P.O. Box, Latrine Avenue. Mr. Reka asks me, why do you say that? I take a breath and wonder what it is that Nalwiga means when she always matters to herself. Is it worth a life? Like Ntensibe does. I will summon my ghosts, since Bahungirehe, just like everyone else here knows me, the abandoned woman's child, who must somehow go through the dark seasons of Rugumayo. You see, in the dead of those tough times during the COVID-19 lockdowns, which Tayeva reminds us of, our finances waned. Weren't we all guilty of telling our families sugar-coated words, which Rutevembera writes of, words we conjured using the brain that Sendaula is obsessed with? In our desperation, didn't we eat when the night dancer cooked for the village? It did not matter that Mugasa came and whispered to me, Egesa, I dreamt an angel, because I was very suspicious of him being one of my cosmetic friends, whom Alokit had warned me of. After everything that the COVID-19 put us through, we, just like Aliku, do know that our pot did finally break. On the basis of this, Navende asks us, who bewitched you, Africa? It is for this reason that Taban inquires of us as a country, shall we find closure? My reply to this is an emphatic we shall, but on one condition. Buying a copy of When We Had Echoes at 20,000 before we leave this conference hall. Thank you.
Okay. Those who are talking about entrepreneurship in writing, you've just seen it. Yeah, so let's give a clap and cheers for Egesa. And I didn't know that it was a whole team of 29. So we give a clap to them. It's good. You see that you can actually team up and come together and do something. Yes. Lucy, few minutes. Okay. It's your moment, so I will not deny, but I'll say brief.
May I take this opportunity to just alert you about fame rights? If you see from the poster there, it is fame right launching this book. How did it come about? This book was not going to be in production. I wasn't going to write it. I had just come from Tanzania and I had a book, actually an academic book, literature, analysis, which I had almost completed the whole manuscript. So I went to Femwright, I talked to Madam Hilda, and she said, well, this is a good book. Why can't you include Uganda as well? Because it seems you've adapted it for Botswana and Tanzania. So she said, well, why can't you attend these meetings? We always have a club and we learn. Old as I am, I'm learning every day at Femwright, every Monday. Evenings around 5:30 we meet and critique and learn lots of things. So when I attended the meetings, again, my colleagues were talking about local languages. Why can't we promote our languages, something like that? So I said, well, why can't I try? And since I love statistics, I like playing around with the words. I can actually even create a language. So this is how I came to do this with ease. And when it was locked down, I didn't have anything to do. So this is what I was writing. And all goes to Femwright. Thank you.
Okay, so the moment is here. Dr. John, we are challenged. You know, we have a local book called the Ratoro and Kabatoro. We have never translated it to English. It's only our secret. We grew up laughing because when you read it, you laugh. Yes? Hmm. Yeah. So I think there's a lot more we need to do. A lot more. It has started with the Luganda, Lawino. It has started with Kamalilo, and there are many others, but there's a lot more to do, even with Bernard and Morning Glory. So at this moment, I want the systems operator to give us a good, slow, sound that accompanies this. Our guest of honor today, the person who's going to help us, who's going to guide us through the launch, is none other than Honorable Rachel Magola. She has been both in the literary and arts industry in Uganda for quite some time. But you see, these things are kind of interlocked. If you reflect, I'm a philosopher, and I did literature by accident because they were not allowing me in university. So I used to sneak. I go for literature, and yet others were doing economics. By that time, it was like mandatory. So I didn't do economics. I refused. But what they did, they blocked me eventually, and I stopped going for the literature classes. But in philosophy, we all know that the Republic and all those Aristotle's works are actually kind of plays, and they are literary works. And we read them and are able to get knowledge from them. So it is no wonder that she's now in the Ugandan parliament. Her foundation was already laid. So we don't take this for granted, what we are doing. It can build you and take you up there. So at this time, okay. I've been told most people know Bangaina. But she's one of the, I would say she's one of the vibrant people. She dared to cross even she went to the east. Emali. Is it Emali? Yeah. She went to the east and got a traditional folk song and made it a what? A hit. And everyone in Uganda was dancing and asking themselves, what is Emali about? And it was more of something that was celebratory. So she's one of the people who has even crossed the boundaries and has proved that if you cross and you enrich people's languages, it is profitable, not just in cash, but in culture. And so I'm going to invite her to come over, and what we are going to do is I'll invite the authors to stand. She's going to come over, and the launch will be done in this way. She's going to, these are the banners that represent each of their works. She's going to sign on each, and then she's going to sign launched by Honorable. It's going to be an autobiography of its kind, launched by Honorable Rachel Magola. She's one of our top artists and now top politicians. So we don't take that name for granted. But we shall also she will be accompanied by witnesses. Now, one of the witnesses is sitting there. I don't know. I looked and said, okay, because Professor is representing power. So we wanted also power to be signed into the what? Into the books, because as witnesses, she's launching, and we have the witnessing, and then we'll also have FemRight represented by Hilda, who will also sign for women writers. So she will also put a signature. That is something, I know you're the ones who normally write the autobiographies, but this is more of a souvenir. You will remember this day and how the launch was done. So at this time, I ask the systems operator to give us a soft sound. Please don't put rap, just a soft sound that's going to lead Honorable Rachel Magola here in front, and then we shall go to the signing of the banners along with the authors. We put you people. We put Obanga in. I don't know if they have Obanga. Okay. Mama kureti toni angoli no musada yamere
tutanda nakapisoma ndamone yandrawe yenda magweto okay mama. People here stand up when I sing. You are just Malete kumirabu. You've been sitting too long anyway. Mwana mwana uyokwera. I like that. Mwana mwana uyokwera. Mwana mwana yantwarira utiwana. Mwana mwana yantwarira karini wange. Mwana mwana yantwarira utiwana. Mwana mwana yantwarira karini wange. Dimanganti, onzibuwaire. Dimanganti, ozimisambwa. Ndabarani nikunonya, ndabarani nikunonya, ndabarani moyo kunuma. Oba, girira. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Have a seat now. I'd like to stand on the protocol because I'm not sure who is here. I'm hearing doctors, I'm hearing professors. I'm not so sure where to start. But I'd like to say all protocol observed. My name is Rachel Magora. I am a singer, I'm a songwriter, I'm a dancer, I'm a choreographer. And then somehow I ended up becoming a member of parliament. I still surprise myself when they call me honorable. I'm like, what? I always forget to respond. But that is how I feel. I'm basically an artist. I've written and sung songs for 33 years. I've been a teacher of English language since many of you were not born. Since 1989, that's when I started teaching music and English language. I have somebody here who one day I thought I would marry, but somebody else took her. He's called Sam. Sam, you guys, a friend of mine. We were in the same class, same school, and then somebody else took him. But I thank him because he introduced me to Hilda, and now I'm here today. I am really humbled to be invited today. Very, very humbled. I write songs, and they are poems. I would have loved to write a book, and maybe I should. But to come among you who have been brave enough to write all those pages and you bound the book and it's here. I'm very humbled to be here, to be part of the launch of all the work you've done. Yesterday I got 3 books from Taban. He gifted them to me at the reception. I was so, I love this, but I haven't started reading yet. But I get what you're saying. In Uganda right now, we need to rethink how best we can get people to read and write again. And it's breaking down in the schools. And I'm sure you watch Parliament and listen to the quality of debates. Something is fundamentally wrong. And your leaders are a reflection of you. Because you're the ones who vote for us. Read it, right? So Hitler said, you get the leaders you deserve. Was that the statement? So I think just listen to the debates and you take cover. And that means what's happening in our schools. Where are the teachers of English language? Where are the teachers of the local languages? You mentioned, the MC mentioned me doing several songs in different languages because I had the opportunity to be exposed to different languages at a young age. You learn to read and enjoy books at a young age. So I want to challenge all of you here, especially the young mothers. What are you doing with your children with regard to teaching them how to love books? How to love to read? Because it starts way early. I think you agree with me on that one. Even if she can't read or write or even know what she's saying, that book at bedtime, it had better be there. It becomes a toy. They start loving it and they start turning the pages, and before you know it, they've learned how to recognize the colors, recognize the pictures, and then eventually they will recognize the words. I get disappointed a lot of times when I go to families and I'm sitting there looking at this beautiful family, and the mother is a Msoga, the father is a Msoga, and English is the only language being spoken in the house. What happened? We learn English anyway because it's the mode of instruction in the schools. So for the young people who are about to start having children, please teach your children your language first. Because there's something about English. When a child learns it first, all our language starts sounding like mambo jumbo. It's just weird. But it happens. I see it, my friends, my brother, but husband and wife, Basoga, children speak English. Even when they visit, I'm like, you say, oh, Auntie, what are you saying? So it's up to you. The people who understand the value of language. You here, 50, will become 200 because we're all going to have how many kids? So I'd like to appreciate FemRight and Pan-African Writers Association for the monumental contribution to the moral, cultural, and intellectual renaissance in Africa through supporting writers. I've known FemRight for many, many years, and I keep wondering if they were not here, what would have happened to literature? So I thank you, FemRight. Thank you so much. I'd like to join the African Writers Fraternity to once again celebrate Zanzibar-born novelist and academic professor Guruma for receiving the 2021 Nobel Peace Prize for Literature. And I also like to congratulate the authors whose books are being launched today. It's a great harvest. 4 books in one day. Isn't that wonderful? We feature different voices that seal the identities and legacy of Africa's culture and society for future generations of real readers to unwrap and enjoy. When I see, I don't know how young you are, but for me, when I see a young man writing books, I'm excited. Because there is a generation there, right there. That's about 25, 30. More, but you can influence peers 10 years younger than you. So thank you. Thank you for not leaving it to us, our generation, because we grew up reading and we love books because our parents made sure we did. I commend the translation of Okot Piket's Pibitek's Song of Lawino into other languages besides the original Acholi version. Warapa Lawino and Song of Lawino. Translation brings enjoyment of that iconic writing to wider audiences and inspires other writers to explore the craft in their mother tongues. There may be concerns about translation, but what better way can we do it? Even if it may not be exactly the way it was, it is something. So the people in Luganda will enjoy, even if they might not know what they actually people are saying. They missed out that little thing. They missed out that little thing. But the purpose of translation is going to get this book across the country. And the media through which we popularize. We must realize that nowadays people have become more visual than audio. Which means we need to get these stories acted and shown, because people are more ready to watch it on TikTok. The world has changed. We have to acknowledge and accept the changes and then adapt to those changes and see how do we survive. Because right now it's about survival. I'm an alumni of Kyambogo University. I was here when I was doing my bachelor's of teacher education. And when I heard you were coming here, I was really, yes, that's my school. I almost wore the shirt I was given as a gift. But what am I saying? My literature lecturer told me, gave us a piece of work to do, and said, I want you to translate the same for P1, toddlers, for secondary school, and when you're addressing a full room of lecturers. Same message, different language. So if we're in the era of digital, artificial intelligence, we need to take all this into account. How are we going to survive? We need to digitalize our books. We need to sell them online. I think we need to put them out there, because that's where the world is going. Libraries, they'll be gathering dust because readers are becoming less and less. So we need to move with the changes. Now, on decoloniality, I almost failed to say that word. Many African writers have fought to overcome the power, effects, influences, and language of the colonial masters, and to reinforce indigenous knowledge and values through literature. Every time I hear that statement, I say to myself, how did the Nigerians do it? We're all watching Bollywood. Is it Bollywood? We need to tell our story. We need to tell our story. And the more powerful we tell it, people will watch. Uganda is crazy about Nollywood, isn't it? I'm sure you agree with me. The first ones we used to watch were very, poor cameras, poor sound, about 15 years ago. Today, my goodness, you think they shoot it in Hollywood. Because they told their story. They nurtured their story. They pushed their story. Nigerians love their story. Ugandans, tugezako. Let's tell our story. Let's consume our story. The first buyer is the Ugandan buyer. Before you think of the Kenyan, before you think of the Nigerian, you have to start here. But how do we do it? That is something we need to be discussing and saying, yes, the space has grown smaller for books. What do we do? Femrite, Hilda, what do we do? Because we have to fight and see that we get seen, and changing from one media to video to film might be an idea of giving our work visibility. Where was I? I'm reading something I wrote down because I wasn't sure. It is not just the subject matter of books, essays, and poems, but many innovative and subversive ways, such as when Nigerians publish in Pidgin English, they adapted, didn't they? Or a writer sprinkles vernacular words in a story without translating for the outsider. whether it's infusing tales with African proverbs or publishing entirely in African languages like Luo and Kikuyu. It is liberating when we tell our stories our way. This celebration of who we are is a delicious contribution to the local and global body of art. Every time we travel we perform abroad, London, Sweden, US. When we come back, they always ask me, so, but those people, do they even understand what you're saying? Do you sing English when you go to London? I said, no. I sing our traditional songs. And that is what sells the show. Because everybody wants to see something new, something different, and I love those countries for appreciating what they don't know. As long as the show is marketed well, it will be full to come and see a new thing. Here, we like new things, but we tend to go with the new things and we get pulled by the ear. So on that note, African literature, past and future, is so diverse that it brings to mind what Chinua Achebe stated, that you cannot cram African literature into a small, neat definition. What matters is to nurture an environment where authentic stories continue to be told in a way that readers cannot resist. I didn't tell you before, I'm the chairperson of the Parliamentary Forum for the Creative Industries. As soon as I joined Parliament, the first thing I did was put together a forum where I bring like-minded people to start talking about the arts, looking at the laws that restrict, that prohibit, that disable the creatives. Many of the laws, like the Stage and Performance Act, is of 50 years ago. But it's still, the Media Council will use it. The gentleman mentioned that to put up something, you have to pay $150. Why? And that $150, where does it go? To the consolidated fund? The fund which doesn't bring back to the creatives? I've just been to the International Theatre Festival, Kampala International Theatre Festival. It's happening in Kampala. And we were talking about theatre and the law. All the visitors from outside Uganda had to pay $200 to participate. Have any visitors? Are you here? Anybody who came from outside, did you pay? Outside of Uganda? Did you have to pay to be at this? You did? Apart from the visa. To the Media Council. Out there, another festival, they paid $200 a head to be here and participate. How ridiculous is that? So, as a chairperson, I'm trying, and I would really love to work with you on finding ways to improve the legal frameworks that exist. Because some of them I really don't know what might be making your work difficult. So I'd love you to tell me and say, in this act, there's this thing which says you can't write this way or that way. And then we start having a dialogue on it and see if we can present it for repealing or for amendment to the Parliament. That I pledge to you as somebody who loves the arts. And the government can learn a lot from the way FromRight has diligently supported writers through the years with modest resources and a volunteer spirit. We can get them to learn from you. that is possible to support. The creative economy can make more money, 10 times, even 100 times more money than oil and gas, if it is well supported. Because Uganda is a young country, very young people, and most of them are interested in the creatives. So we'll be giving employment, and people love to buy creative work. So I hope we can actually get that dream sooner than later. So we pledge to continue to use the forum from Parliament and from personal experience to advocate for the advancement of the culture and the creative industry, and invite other stakeholders to engage for knowledge sharing and strategic partnership. In February, on the 1st and 2nd, we have a symposium that I hope, Hilda, you can invite some people from the literary space. The theme is changing the narrative, and we need to change the narrative for the creative economy yesterday. I tend not to see writers. I don't see writers whenever we have meetings, and that seems to be, I don't know why, but I don't see you. The musicians are everywhere. The good, the bad, and the ugly, they're all there, always. Because it's loud, so we see them more than we see writers. So we need you to up your game in terms of coming to all these engagements. We are hoping for the Queen of Buganda to be our chief guest, because she's been a real hero in terms of changing the narrative and attitude towards culture. So I want to thank you, Fame, Right and Power, and all the organizers and partners, and I appreciate the panelists, the guests and participants for making the event successful. Congratulations. I hand over to you now.
Thanks a lot, Honorable. Yes, we remain inspired by you. Some of us grew up. You're seeing big women now, but we grew up seeing you. Yes. So I would also like to invite the keynote address. Dr. Godwin, Professor Tina, please come forward. Femrite Power is already there. I don't know whether you're going to really endorse yourself. But I think your book will be signed. The main signature is from Honorable, because she's launching, and then the others will sign as witnesses to this day. So would like, maybe let's have our song, our celebratory song for today. Systems operator, beat it. You said our language these days. That's how bad it is. Yeah, so we are going to start with the banners. Please, the writers come, and we are going to sign on the banners. We are starting with Dr. Helen Liebman. Lieblin. Yeah, so you sign there. She's going to sign. Yeah. Photographers, where are they? Photographers. So she's going to sign on the banner, and then she'll sign in the book, and then the witnesses will also do the same. There's a pen here. Where is the DJ? When I said beat it, he ran outside. She has a pen. But I've given them a pen there. Yeah. Yes, so Yeah, so next we have, after Dr. Helen, so you can go to the keynote addresses and power and they sign that side. Fem right, Lucy, you're missing your moment. And next we'll have Professor Kabadi. Nifa, give us our
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And we went into Luwero Triangle to try and find out what exactly happens to women. To cut the story short, we documented, and we felt at ISIS Week it was not humane enough for us to just document and write reports and send them over for policymakers. What we did was to organize a few experts to come and see how they can help us deal with the issues that we found in Luwero. And of course, as most of you know, the first was the attack on the bodily integrity of women through gang rapes and rapes. And when we approached, I think we approached Dr. Mirembe first. And Dr. Mirembe said, oh, you may be thinking it is gynecological, but it may be in the mind. So she sent me to Dr. Musisi Segane. And that's how Dr. Musisi tells me, yes, I'm a psychiatrist, but there is also a part of psychologists. And I'm going to bring you a young woman who is at the department from the UK. She had come to I think, to do her internship. And there I saw Dr. Musisi coming with Helen. Now it is years, it is in 1996 when we met. And here is a young lady from Britain. We go into Luwero, and she actually stuck in Luwero. By that time she hadn't thought of doing her PhD. But she decided, I'm going to do my PhD on sexual violence during conflict. She didn't stop there. She came in and out and went back to Britain to tell her father, who was a Rotarian, that we must mobilize. She's an academia, but also an activist. We must mobilize money. I can't leave these women the way they are. And she came with money. They drilled boreholes in Luwero. Each woman she had talked to got a goat, and the goats bought goats, and these women's psychological well-being kind of just shifted. When we talk about trauma, sometimes it is just a small thing that makes them feel they are worth it. So we started the journey with the Helen. And Helen stuck, and Helen got married here. I remember her wedding on River Nile, at the banks of River Nile. We just picked flowers from the banks of the river, and there we are. The rest, if you want to know, we'll talk about that later. Let me now come to the issue of the book. This book has taught me other things I didn't know about Narule. But when I read a bit of it, I was shocked to see that actually what science say that when a baby is in the womb, she picks everything that the mother is doing. I read the mother used to like dancing. I want to assure you, you even saw her here. Narule can dance. Narule can dance even when there is no music. She stuck here to the extent that she even learned some traditional tools. She she plays in Garabi. She does. For me personally, I think Helen is a black woman who is in a white skin. That's how I can explain her. Because even her laughing, she doesn't, I trained in Britain, she doesn't laugh like British. The British will just smile, but she opens her mouth and all her teeth will be out. She's a woman with a big heart. A big heart. To know that she has a big heart, she has continued coming with a little research in and out of this country, to the refugees, everywhere she goes, and she has never forgotten her PhD in Luero. But just read the book, find out why she's called Narule, and why she became a vegetarian. That one I will tell you. Her mother and father used to like steak. That's what I read in the book. And they took her one day, and the chef cut the steak. You know the British steak is a steak. CVF steak. But she ate a steak when she was 2 years old and finished it. Narule, congratulations. There's more that I could say, but I will stop there. Thank you so much.
Now, you've just shifted me from Bernard to Nalule. I'm getting fixated today. And would have also Dr. Penelope Yani say something brief about Nalule's travels.
I'm alternatively known as Clarissa in Helen's book. I want to say I was about 19 years old when I first met Helen in Reading, England, where I was at university. We met in a swimming pool, learning how to scuba dive, and became instant friends. Since then, we've had many adventures together, which Helen references in her book, and we still have adventures together. Helen was my best woman at my wedding, and she remains the best woman I know, except I can see she has some competition here today. Not only is she super fun, full of energy and enthusiasm for life, but as Ruth mentioned, she's a truly good person, shown by her research and dedication to improving the lot of conflict survivors, particularly those who've been subjected to sexual and gender-based violence and torture here in Uganda and in other African countries. I want you to know that this is my second visit to Uganda, and I'm only here because of Helen. We have been working together with Dr. Eugene Kenyanda, who is what is his title, Helen? Head of Mental Health at the Medical Research Council. And we started a project called the CLAMP Project, which stands for Community Wellbeing and Mental Health Project amongst Refugees in Uganda. So I came back again this time to meet the people and to see where that project is going. So thank you, Helen.
How many, your hearts went like, oh, you know, when you see people who have been friends for so long, and then you remember that you've thrown away all the rest and you're alone. Okay, I'm kidding. It's just a good example. It's a great example. It's lovely. So at this point, I would like to call upon Power and FemRight to come forward. That's Hilda and Professor. They have been at the lead of this over the months they've discussed this, and it has happened finally. Not only happened, it's concluding, and in a big way. So I would like to invite them to come forward. Professor Kabaji and Hilda.
Seems not to want me to have a bodyguard. Okay. Honorable Member of Parliament, Rachel Magola, thank you so much for such beautiful, empowering remarks that you gave us. I'm sure you noticed how everybody went quiet in the room, because every single thing you said was so impactful. And so we appreciate. We didn't just choose who to be here during this conference. Everything was well thought out, extremely well thought out, and I am glad that we did not make mistakes. Our keynote speakers, Tina Steiner, Professor Tina Steiner, Dr. Siwundu, I want to thank you again. Dr. Siwundu, his plane, he left his plane, his flight was very early in the morning, meaning he left home probably around midnight to go to the airport. Professor Steiner had such a long journey, actually even paid for bits of the leg because it was a long journey. But we thank you that you made it and made us super proud with your very well-researched presentations. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. I would like to appreciate all the speakers. Someone said, how do you have a conference and everybody, every speaker turns up? Thank you. Thank you all for turning up and for doing this. Thank you so much. We appreciate every single speaker. Kyambogo University, in the morning I got a call that you and your head of department would be representing the university today. And so I would like to actually ask that you step forward as we speak, because you will have a role to play. But I want to again thank Kyambogo for this partnership. This incredible partnership. Sometimes, since Wednesday, we've been in the press for the right things. And so we appreciate you. We appreciate you very, very much. Our funders, they are not here, but I would like to mention them, because without them, without their support, it wouldn't have worked. So I want to pay special tribute to the Ford Foundation. They were supposed to be here. They didn't manage to be here, but they sent a message which was read, and so we appreciate them. We appreciate that they continue to support the arts. As we said at the beginning, the arts sector, the creative sector, that's the first sector that gets budget cuts. So we appreciate those who continue to support us. Fountain Publishers, they were here first day, they were here second day, they are here today down at the exhibition. We thank them. We know how the book sector was hit, but they took from the little to share with us. for the conference. The Aga Khan Foundation, they were incredible. They did, one time we went to meet them, and we didn't know, the lady we met, we had never seen her. And when she came, she embraced me. I didn't know her. This was the first time I was meeting her. And I turned and told my colleague, I'd gone with the programs officer, Fortunate, and she said, did you know her? No, I didn't know her. But yeah, the love they showed us, it's been incredible working with them. We've learned a lot from working with them. And these are partnerships that we know are not stopping here, but going ahead. And the Swedish embassy, those who were there at the opening night, it was a beautiful night. So to our partners, a big, big thank you, our funders. And I haven't mentioned the POWER, the Pan-African Writers Association. I will hand over the mic to my very strong chair of the committee, the regional committee, Asante.
Thank you very much, Hilda. I thought I was just here as Hilda's bodyguard. And indeed, I've been doing that job very well. So I don't know what to say, but first I just want to thank Honorable Member of Parliament, Rachel. There are very few of you in Parliament who can spare time to come for such an event. We really thank you. And something very interesting. You listened to her speech, and you know what goes on in Parliament. This is a good brain in Parliament. And I think with this support, the creative industry in Uganda will continue to prosper. I'm here on behalf of the Pan-African Writers Association. I'm the Vice President of Pan-African Writers Association. Pan-African Writers Association is an organization of all writers associations in 52 African countries. And our aim is to promote the creative industry. And I can only say thank you very much for finding time for this conference. Thank you very much for sticking in the creative industry when people out there imagine that there isn't much in the creative industry. And yet, if you think critically about, say, the economy of California, for example, it is the creative industry that really, runs that economy. And that economy is bigger than the economy of Africa. So we need to invest more in the creative industry. And I believe moving forward with the support of members of parliament like Rachel here, we will definitely make the future better than what it is at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Egara Kabaji. I will hand over the mic to Kyambogo, and we will then, after that, we will perform a small ceremony. Thank you.
After all this, I'll invite the keynote address, people who made the keynote address, the authors, and those who made presentations. You please come. We'll have a press cafe, and we would like you to join us for that. So I'll hand over back to Hilda to hand over to Kyambogo University.
Our guest of honor, Honorable Rachel Magora, we are honored to have you this evening. And the Honorable Rachel Magora is our alumni. We are proudly associated with you. We are also grateful to our delegates, both online and those ones present today. I would also like to thank our Vice Chancellor, Professor Elia Katunguka, for having allowed to host this event. He was informed at short notice, but still he accepted to host it. We are also grateful to our Dean, Associate Professor Elizabeth Chazke, for having supported us throughout our organization. We are grateful to my colleagues in the department. Colleagues, you can wave to our delegates. They have overwhelmingly supported this function. Thank you very much. Yes, our IC team, they have done a very good job. Thank you very much. And our MC, you have done us proud. Yes, I would like to thank FemRight, headed by Hilda, Madam Hilda Tonjiwe, with your team. She has made it possible for Kyambogo to hold an international literature conference. When she approached me, I was excited. I did not know how to go about it, but I just accepted there and then. I did not know how to go about it, but it has come to pass. Thank you very much for having brought this conference to Kyambogo University, whereby we are celebrating the life and works of Abdulrazak Ruguna for the future of the African literature, and this one being a Nobel Prize winner. We are grateful. And we look forward, we think we are going to have more partnership with you always. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you. I will now ask Honorable Rachel Magora to officially close and allow us to do our things.
Thank you once again. Thank you, Kyambogo University. We did a similar meeting here. We requested and they said yes in 1 second. So we thank you, Kyambogo, for supporting the arts. We shall continue coming back. And I don't have much to say. I'll just say thank you, and we hope we're going to do this again very soon. We wish you all journey masses for those who are traveling, and those who are traveling very near here, journey masses, because you never know. Drive safely and be good. God bless you for God and my country. Bye-bye.
Thank you. May I ask Professor Tina Steiner to step forward? Dr. Siyundu, step forward. I need 4 FemRight Army, 4 people from the FemRight Army. We have something very small as a gesture of our gratitude to your being here, to your participation. Where is Honorable? Did she? May I have Honorable back on the platform? Okay. We have something small. I will ask the programs officer, Fortunate, to Sasire, to hand over the first gift to Honorable Magola. I will ask Susan Malinga, please hand over to Dr. Siyundu. I will ask Susan Kamugasa to hand over to Professor Tina Steiner. And the last one to the Jennifer Akech, to hand over to Professor Egara Kabaji. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, have a lovely evening. Travel back safely. You're welcome to the cocktail this side of the room.
piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.